Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome all of you to the October 29th Special Finance and Audit Committee meeting. I'd like to first recognize that we are gathered on the traditional territory of the Snuneymuxw First Nation. Our clerk this morning will be Ms. Sheila Gurry. Today's Special Finance and Audit Committee meeting will be held in accordance with the Community Charter and Council Procedure Bylaw 2018, number 7272. As the province is now in Phase 3 of the reopening plan, question period has been reinstated for those in attendance for agenda items only. The question period sign-up sheet is on the table by the double doors to my left. If during the meeting any member of the gallery has a question regarding an agenda item, please write down your name and number on the agenda item on the sheet. And at the start of question period, I'll call up those who've signed up to address council at the podium. The first item on the agenda is the introduction of late items, and we have some, Ms. Gurry.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Agenda item 5B, 2022-2026 draft financial plan. We're replacing that PowerPoint presentation with a new one. We're adding recesses at 10 to 10:15, 12 to 1 for lunch, and 3 to 3:15, should we still be meeting at that time. And agenda item 5C5, Nanaimo Fire Rescue, we're replacing that PowerPoint presentation with an updated version as well. And that's it, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. A motion for adoption of the agenda moved Councillor Thorpe, seconded Councillor Martman. All those in favor? Any contrary? None. Motion carries. We have no presentations. And now on to a very long day of reports. Mr. Rudolph, you're the lead speaker. Our CAO, welcome.
Morning, Mayor and Council. Those that are here and those who are attending virtually. Very briefly, an intro for the budget process, budget and business planning. So Council is very familiar with our process. So for your own comfort, it's more or less similar to previous years in terms of our format. We are attempting to do our best to be brief. We're not going to go over everything we do. We're going to talk about the year in review, the services that are provided, the upcoming year, some of the challenges and opportunities. So by the end of the several days of presentations that you're about to receive, you will have a complete snapshot picture of the State of the Union. So I guess one of the things I'd say in terms of when you hear all the business plan presentations is how diversified the portfolio of responsibilities that the municipalities have, and we're one of them. You know, everything from fire and police to utilities to planning and all kinds of different things, parks and recreation and culture. So there's quite a diversified portfolio, and that'll come through in the presentations that you see. The other thing, it goes without saying that we operate in an environment of change, and everything changes all the time, it seems. And of course, we could only use the example of COVID as one that would be an extreme example of change and forced upon us and working through that. But there are many other things that happen. The economy, our growth, our population changes, technology, legislation, government context, and things that involve our partners as well. We see that with the recent example of Recycle BC changing their format and how it affects us. So we are impacted in many different ways. And so we are trying to work within that constantly evolving world. Our goal is to maintain and enhance where possible our service delivery, and to maintain and enhance where necessary our assets. We have a big asset portfolio, as you're aware. We have $3 billion estimated book value of our water, sewer, roads, buildings, and all sorts of things. So there's a lot of capital assets to maintain, and it's very expensive, as you know. So these are all the things that you'll see come forward in the business plan presentations. The format for today is a series of primarily the internal departments and a couple of the larger external departments. Business plan presentations. Next Wednesday, there will be the larger department presentations. Next Friday will be the capital presentation summary. And then that'll be followed by decision time for council. So we'll be turning it over to council for your deliberations for November 10th and beyond. There will also be public engagement opportunity with an e-town hall. So if during the course of the presentations today there are questions, that's great. We've there's time. There should be time to do that. If there's items that come up that council feels they need or want to discuss, those can be flagged or parked. They could either go, if it's germane to the budget, then it needs to be put into a list of topics that we would come back to you and revisit November 10th or at some point through this process. If it's something, a bigger scope of topic, it can be parked and identified for more discussion at a GPC or at a committee or at council level. So that's the format. Today we'll start with the thorough and I think excellent presentation by our finance leaders, who I would love to commend for the work that they've put into this right up to the very last second. It's been huge, and it's a lot of work to make this balance. So I just want to thank them for that and all the other staff that put in their efforts to build the business plans and make it the package that you've received today. So I'll turn it over to Laura and Wendy, and then following that, we'll it depends on the timing. We may either recess or go right into the business plan presentations and work our way through that as quickly as we can and then get through the day. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rudolph. Ms. Mercer, Ms. Fulla, good morning. Welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, Council. So as Mr.
I'm just, as much as I'm fascinated by my own face, I'm just wondering, can we get both screens to show the financial plan as opposed to?
I like looking at your face.
I heard something from the peanut gallery, Councillor Bonner.
You've been in the room for 10 seconds.
It's just going to take 1 minute, Your Worship.
It's going to be hard for Councillors Bonner and Turley to see the screen if that one's just showing us. Always thinking of my right wing. I don't want you straining your neck, Councillor Turley. Oh my God, we're going to have to resort to something manual. We can put a man in the moon. No.
Your Worship, if for some reason we're not able to get it working, you do have your agendas to follow along, or perhaps you could sit back and turn to look at the big screen. It's unfortunate.
I think you're quite right, Ms. Gray. Let's just proceed. Ms. Mercer will do it with half the video support
Okay, thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you.
So I will give a high-level overview of the 2022 to 2026 draft financial plan this morning, and just go through the various elements of what's included in the plan. So the COVID-19 pandemic has continued to make budgeting a challenge again this year, as things are still changing. So we've done our best to incorporate these changes into the financial plan, but we did need a cutoff point to start drafting the budget. So any future changes we can incorporate into the final budget that will be adopted in May of 2022. So as I've explained in previous budgets, the draft budget preparation starts in February of each year, with staff starting to update their 10-year project plans. So this work continues through to June, at which time those plans are then given to the finance department, Ms. Fulla's financial planning department, to determine what we can fund. And if there's any funding issues identified, those plans go back to their departments and they adjust their plans to meet the funding envelopes available. So in May of this year, we came to Council asking for your direction on what you would like to see in this year's financial plan. So after that meeting, staff began working on their operating budgets. So each year, staff must build their budgets from the ground up, so to speak. And they start with approved wages and benefits, and then add line by line from there. So each manager has to justify the need for each line in their budget. And this keeps, this keeps the costs lower, it also ensures that they are adequately resourced to carry out their work plans for the year. So once the project and operating budgets are completed, the financial planning team provides the initial results to the SLT team or the senior leadership team. And further discussion or direction and discussion is given at that point, and business cases are evaluated for inclusion into the financial plan. So as a result of a lot of time and hard work, we are here presenting the 2022 to 2026 financial plan for you today. Oh, I need a clicker. Thank you. I knew I was missing something. So I'll start by quickly going through the timeline. Mr. Rudolph alluded to some of the dates already, but I'll just go through a quick overview of it all. So today, as we will be doing a budget overview, which is what we're doing now, and we'll start with the going through the presentations for the 2022 business plans. And on November 3rd, we will wrap up all of those business plan presentations. For November 5th, we will give you a project budget overview, so that give you the highlights of what's in this financial, or what's in this draft project plan. And we will introduce the discussion points or the decision points that we will go over with you on November 10th. And we'll also discuss any additional decision items that you would like to see added to the November 10th meeting. So on November 10th, we will have a budget recap, and then we will go one by one through the decision points for inclusion into the 2022 to 2026 provisional financial plan. And then on November 15th, we will fulfill our public engagement requirement by holding an e-town hall meeting at the council meeting that night. And then on November 19th, if we need it, we have another budget day. So if we do find we need that meeting, we'll do a small budget recap, and then go over the changes that were made on November 10th, as well as go over any other discussion that resulted from the e-town hall meeting or anything else that came up between that time and the 19th. All things going smoothly, on December 6th, we will be back in front of you with a 2022 to 2026 financial plan bylaw. And we will have also all of the user rate bylaws for first 3 readings. And adoption of all of those bylaws will happen on December 20th. So then going forward into 2022, between February and April, the financial planning team reviews and updates the financial plan with new information, direction given from council, and any changes to estimates that we have. And then by May 15th, we have to have an adopted financial plan, as well as an adopted 2022 property tax rates bylaw. So that's a snapshot of what's to come. So I'll now go into the details of the draft plan, and we will start with the projected property tax increases. So for 2022, we're considering this a recovery year or starting a new normal year. So a couple of our assumptions that we have included into this budget are the casino revenues are budgeted at 75% of pre-pandemic levels with a full return in 2023. So now our initial indications are that casino revenue is going to return to normal sooner than 2023. So we will incorporate any adjustments for casino revenues in the final budget, as we only get quarterly information on that. Investment income is lower than originally budgeted in 2022 to 2024 due to lower rates of return as a result of the COVID pandemic. So rates have significantly reduced in the last 6 to 12 months. So we've adjusted the budget to reflect that. And the 2024 budget will have the investment income return to pre-pandemic levels. And of course, if we have updated information between now and then, we will update the budget. So this all results in a 1% increase for the general asset management reserve and a 2.4% general property tax increase. So I would like to note that we have now received changes relating to WorkSafe BC rates, as well as the extended health benefits and pension rates. So these changes will be incorporated into the provisional budget that we will bring to you for adoption in December. And we will go over these changes at the November 10th budget meeting and provide the updated tax increase. So it is anticipated that the net amount will result in a slight tax decrease. Our pension rates came in a little bit lower than we had anticipated. We are still waiting to receive updated rates for EI and CPP, and these rates will be included in the final budget, as we probably won't have that information for the provisional budget that we will bring to you in December. So in May, Council gave direction to keep the tax increase to 3.6% or lower. So to keep to that mandate, the Special Initiatives Reserve was used to reduce taxes over the next 4 years. So these reserve funds came from the 2022 surplus as a result of the COVID-19 Restart Grant that was received. And these funds were spread over 5 years to reduce the property tax increase and minimize the impact of using surplus to fund operations. So if we didn't spread this out, we would have seen a large property tax increase in 2023 to make up for the money that we took from reserves to lower the taxes. So for 2022, staff used $1.9 million to help bring the tax rate down to 3.4%. So next we'll talk about the user fee increases for 2022. So we'll start with sewer user fees. So the 4% asset management reserve contribution is in effect until 2022. And so 2022 is the last year of that planned increase. And this was implemented with the creation of the 20-year investment plan in 2013. The water user fee will have a general increase of 5%. And the results of the water and sewer utility review that is underway will be presented to Council in the new year and will include any recommendation for future increases beyond the ones currently in place. So these changes would likely be implemented for January 1st, 2023. Now, staff had planned on bringing this to you in 2021, but the COVID pandemic and some staffing issues slowed down our project, our progress with this, so it has been delayed into 2022. And finally, our sanitation user fees. So at the time of creating the draft budget, the annual sanitation user fee was projected to be $193 for 2022, and this was up $4 from 2021. So the draft rate does not include recommendations that have come out of the refuse truck life cycle and funding analysis project or the costs associated with the new Recycle BC designated reception facility changes. So the review recommendations will be part of the decision point discussion at the November 10th budget meeting, and there will be a report that goes with that. As well, at the November 10th meeting, we will have an updated 2022 sanitation user rate that will include the impact of the new designated reception facility.
Ms. Mercer, Councillor Martman has a question.
Yes.
And maybe I'm a little bit nerdy, but through the chair, so is $193 the actual increase?
For what the information we have at this point in the draft plan, it's $193. We know that there are some recommendations that are coming out of the review that was done, plus the most recent changes relating to the facility or the reception facility center. So that rate is going to be updated at the November 10th meeting to give you the final increase for that rate.
Thank you.
We just didn't have that information at the time we were preparing this package. So sorry, and just for clarification, as Ms. Fuller pointed out, that will be the total fee for the year for each tax or each property. So the whole fee will be $193. If we were implementing it today, you would pay $193 for your garbage or your sanitation user fee. Yeah, no. So far it's $4 and we'll add a bit more to that on November 10th. Sorry, the clarification on that, sorry.
We can turn off the alarm bells.
Yes, exactly. Please don't hit your panic buttons yet. So this slide shows the property tax increases over the last 10 years. So the average for that 10-year period was 2.4%. So some items to keep in mind when you are comparing the years. So in 2009, council policy to reduce industrial tax rates to the same level as commercial was undertaken, and it was completed in 2014. So with the last year of the shift in 2013. So the reduction in industry rates had an increased effect on residential tax rates. As we shifted the industrial tax rates down, we had to make up that revenue from somewhere, and it ended up being the residential tax class that picked up that difference. So this shift was done to lessen the impact on our tax base if we lost a major industrial taxpayer, such as Harmac. Because at the time, some of the pulp mills were closing, and some communities were really struggling to collect taxes to run their municipalities. So in 2013, the implementation of the 1% annual increase for a general asset management reserve was started. So this was extended in 2017, and then again extended in 2020 to 2027, or whenever the next asset management update was done, whichever one was sooner. So in 2016, the city began showing the Vancouver Island Library as a collection for other governments. So prior to 2016, this was included in our general tax increase. So this slide shows how Nanaimo sits in comparison to other like-sized BC municipalities and neighboring communities for a typical single-family property. So as you can see from the graph, we're sitting in the middle of the group. So I would note that not all municipalities provide the same basket of services or provide them in the same way. So for example, some municipalities may have a drainage utility and charge a user fees. Well, Nanaimo does not do that, and drainage is included in our property tax rate. And how we provide services can be different as well. So Nanaimo contracts the RCMP for policing services, while some other municipalities may have their own municipal police force. Ratios between property classes may be different as well. So for example, in 2021, our business class our business class 6 rate was approximately 3 times higher than our residential rate. This can be very different depending on what community you're in. Some can be higher and some can be lower. And that will have an effect on how much tax revenue is collected from residential owners. And I would also note that the value of a typical home can change or can vary between communities. So in 2021, we have a low of just over $341,000 for Prince George and a high of just under $940,000 for Saanich. So again, that can have an impact on the tax values as well. So this is a graphical representation of the previous information on the previous table, and the black line represents Nanaimo. And as you can see, we're similar to Kamloops, Kelowna, and Prince George, while Saanich and Victoria are above us, and Ladysmith and Parksville are below us. So some people like to see it graphically rather than just numbers thrown at you, so that's what this represents. So now we'll look at what the impact to a typical home is. So what does a 3.4% tax increase look like for a typical home in Nanaimo with a value of just a little over $544,000? So based on this assessment value, a homeowner would pay $2,372 in property taxes, and this is a $78 increase over 2021 for a 3.4% tax increase. Water fees will increase by $32, sewer fees will increase by $6, and sanitation fees will increase by $4. So as I mentioned earlier, this rate does not include the recommendations out of the review or the cost associated with the designated reception facility changes. As again, we will disclose those changes at the December 10th budget session. So the overall increase in the draft budget is $120 for a typical home. And this is before any homeowner grant is claimed. So the $2,372 collected in property tax is spent as follows. So $1,950 is collected for city services. So this provides services to make Nanaimo a desirable place to live. And these include things like trail maintenance, pool and arena operations, snow removal, police and fire services, to name a few. This does not include water and sewer services, as those are collected from user fees. $35 goes to fund debt for 2022, and this represents repayment of 2 long-term debt borrowings, one for the Port of Nanaimo Centre, which includes the conference centre we're in right now, as well as debt for the Cranberry Fire Hall, which is station number 4. Whoops. $243 goes to fund reserve contributions. So this includes contributions to your asset management reserves, equipment depreciation reserves, IT, photocopier, NDSS school field reserves, to name a few. And this helps to fund replacements as assets approach their end of life. And these reserves help to smooth out the tax increases so we don't see large spikes in the tax rate when the replacement is needed. And finally, $142 funds the projects for 2022. So we have approximately $7.4 million in general taxation funding for projects in 2022. So this includes funding for projects like the OCP, the Parks Rec and Culture Master Plan, furniture and equipment replacement, condition assessment programs, new drainage, and trail rehab, to name a few of those. So when you look at how the $1,952 is broken down for city services by department, you will get the following. So $517 goes to fund the RCMP contract. $381 funds Parks, Rec and Culture operations. $294 funds our Nanaimo Fire Rescue and 911 operations. And $250 funds corporate services function, which includes the cost for the GM, finance, IT, police services, police support services, emergency management, committed contingencies, grants and aid, and corporate insurance. And followed closely with $246 of funding, funds the engineering and public work operations. So keep in mind that this does not include sewer, water, and most sanitation costs, as again, we collect those through user fees. $124 funds the operations for development services, and $110 funds the city administration function that includes the CAO's office, legislative services and council, legal fees, as well as HR. $19 goes to fund the Port of Nanaimo Centre, which includes the Vancouver Island Conference Centre. And finally, $11 funds our corporate facilities operations. So if you broke this cost down further, it would be approximately $5.35 per day, or $163 a month for city services. So in 2022, we have $220.7 million budgeted, and this provides annual funding for annual operations and maintenance, project and contributions to infrastructure renewal reserves. This also includes revenue collection for the Vancouver Island Regional Library. What it excludes are new borrowing and transfers from reserve that help fund expenditures. As these are not revenue sources, they're only funding sources, and we didn't earn those, and that's why they're not included in here. So for example, we use the Special Initiatives Reserve to fund a reduction to property taxes, as well as fund a project engineering position, to name a few. So that funding you won't see in this chart. Our largest revenue source, as you can see, is taxation at 58%. And then the next highest revenue source is our water revenues at 11%. Just to note, items included in the 2% for other revenues includes property rentals recoveries, such as our revenues we receive from our Fire Training Academy. We have a Fortis Gas revenue that's included in there, as well as our hotel tax that is collected, and tax penalty income as well. The 2022 operating expenditure budget is $165.2 million, and this covers all annual operating and maintenance resources that deliver day-to-day city services. So what is not included are operating and capital project costs, as well as the Vancouver Island Regional Library, as it is considered a collection for other governments. And we do not include other governments in these figures. So there's a little bit of a disconnect between the revenue and operating, but that accounts for the difference. The RCMP is our largest budget line item and represents 17.5% of total expenditures. And that is followed closely by Parks, Rec, and Culture at 17.1%. Some other items to note are corporate services that total 17% of the total costs, includes general revenue. So some of the items that fall under general revenue are committed contingency, post-employment benefits, corporate insurance, the hotel tax payover, and BI, and the business improvement area payovers.
Ms. Mercer, Councillor Bonner has a question.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Ms. Mercer. Government grants, we have pegged at 4%. Is that an average that we generally get? Or, because I know we apply for grants for various projects and that sort of thing. Sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't. Is that incorporated into that amount?
So I'll have Ms. Fuller correct me if I'm wrong, but in the budget, we record grant revenue for the grants that we have been approved for. So I think she wants to jump in, so I'll let her jump in.
Ms. Fuller.
Ms. Mercer is correct. We generally only show in the budget confirmed grants. There's one exception to this, and that is the one for the artificial turf field, because council has committed funding for that project. So we do need to show that project in our project plan. So we do show that grant funding, but of course it's contingent, that project, on us receiving confirmation that we will receive the grant, which hopefully should be any day now that the election's all wrapped up.
So in terms of going forward, we will be applying for other grants for other projects and various other things that happen in the future, like over the next year. How do those get accounted for? Or do they end up being surplus at the end of the year?
So through your worship, if we have a project budgeted and it's, say, funded from reserves, and then a grant comes along, we would replace that reserve funding with the grant funding, and then that will, or the budget would be amended to show that change in funding. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, sort of. It's just like we're not really sure. I guess we're not really sure what's going to be coming, so we can't really budget for it.
Yes, that's correct. As they come up, we will apply for each one that we have something to apply for.
Yeah, I was just kind of going to think, based on a 10-year average, what would be the grants you would expect to get over that time, and can you then put that into the budget, saying we expect that we'll probably get this much in grants?
It's really hard to say, because as I have in my presentation later, we've had an enormous amount of grant opportunities in the last couple of years, but there are years where we only have 1 or 2 grant applications available. So to give an average, that's hard to do, because it's really, some years are really plush with grant opportunities and others not so much.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Ms. Mercer. I just wanted to clarify that the BIA payover expenditure comes from a specific group of taxpayers, not general tax revenue, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
So only the properties identified in the bylaw for that are the ones that collect or pay the BIA levy.
Thank you.
And my last comment for this slide relates to the Port of Nanaimo Centre, and that's 3.3% of the total city expenditures. And this includes the VICC operating costs, as well as $100,000 for VICC capital replacement. It also includes operating costs associated with the building shell, because the Port of Nanaimo Centre is more than just the conference center, so there's a small amount of costs associated with that. And it also includes debt. So the next few slides will talk to key budget drivers for 2022. So I will go through each one of these lines to give a bit of an explanation on the reasoning behind the increase. So we'll start with asset management, and that has a $1,233,000 increase, and this is the 1% for taxes to fund the funding gap that was identified. The next line item is $278,000 for the Beban Park Complex physical plant. So the expectation is that Beban Pool will be open January 1st, and therefore increased utility costs are reflected in this budget. So as you will remember, for the 2021 budget, Beban Pool was budgeted to be closed for the whole year. So the costs with the pool reopening increase. $150,000 is needed for the opening of the Beban Pool. So with the pool reopened, costs for chemicals and materials and supplies will go back to normal levels, and this is reflected in this $150,000 amount. I will note that wages are not included in any of these line items because at the bottom of this slide, we talk specifically to wages and benefits. So there was a $119,000 increase for the Climate Action Reserve contribution. So with the funding sources for the previous sustainability and emissions reduction reserves eliminated or severely reduced, this new reserve has been created to replace them. And this provides a reliable funding source for future climate action related projects. There was $128,000 added for landscaping for neighborhood parks, and this was a $67,000 addition for landscaping costs relating to the Boxwood Detention Pond, as well as an additional $61,000 in landscaping costs for general neighborhood parks in 2022, and those total the $128,000 increase. $107,000 is added for the Nanaimo Prosperity Corporation. So the total budget for the new corporation is estimated to be $407,000 for 2022. So originally we had a $300,000 placeholder in the 2022 budget. So the increase of the $107,000 is just the adjustment up to the new estimated cost. Now we see a savings regarding our net parking. So parking is expected to operate at no cost to taxpayers in 2022. So in 2021, parking shortfall was partially funded by taxation, and this funding is no longer needed in 2022 as parking is expected to be self-funding this year. An increase of $959,000 for project expenditures has been included. So project funding from taxation will increase to $7.4 million in 2022. And this will bring the funding to pre-pandemic levels. So as you may recall, in 2020, the project funding from general taxation was decreased by almost $1 million to help reduce property taxes due to COVID. And in our 20-year investment plan, it assumed a $7 million per year general revenue funding level to help close the funding gap that was identified. So this is bringing us back up to and exceeding it a little bit per that plan. And just a note, for years 2023 to 2026, funding will increase by 2% a year to try to keep up with inflation. For the RCMP contract, we have an increase of $2,342,000, and this includes the 3 additional members added in 2022 with an April 1st start. This also includes the general contract cost increase. So the impact of the recently settled labor contract has greatly impacted the 2022 contract costs, as well as future years. So the preliminary estimate of the impact is reflected in this amount. So as we haven't received the final payout amounts yet, the estimate that we have included in the budget may be too low. But this was our best estimate at the time of creating the budget. So as we get better information, we will bring that forward and advise you of what that change is.
Your Worship and Ms. Mercer, sorry to interrupt, but because you can't see, Your Worship, Councillor Armstrong does have a question. She's up on the screen there.
Thank you very much, Councillor Armstrong. Sorry I didn't see you in the little screen.
That's fine. Thank you, Your Worship. I have two questions on this. The first one is, in reading all the FCM material on the RCMP contract, many municipalities across the country have written to the federal government as well as their provincial counterparts requesting help with the back pay. Have we looked at doing that?
I can assure Councillor Armstrong that's already underway in conjunction with numerous other municipalities in British Columbia. We're all feeling the horrible squeeze of this, the estimates not being entirely accurate as to what it was going to cost by way of retroactive pay.
Thank you. And then my second question on that is that also include the, oh, my mind just went blank, sorry. Does that also include the forecasted increase for 2023?
We have increased the budgets in 2022 to 2026 with a contingency amount for the contract. So yes, we have increased future budgets for this.
And were you given that amount from E Division, or were you given that amount from the union? Do you know?
We have had some conversations with E Division, and at the time in the summer, they confirmed that our number was in the ballpark. So,
thank you.
So just a reminder that we budget the RCMP contract at 95% of the city's portion of the contract, as we rarely have a full complement of members. So we don't want to overtax. And that is why we budget at 95% at this point. And this is monitored continually, so in case as the member complement increases, we will adjust that, that 95% accordingly. $258,000 increase was for software licenses. So new licenses for the building and Microsoft 365 softwares that will be onboarded in 2022. So that accounts for most of the increase there. Staff development increased by $124,000. And with the COVID restrictions lifting, staff are able to resume attending conferences and other professional development avenues. And as you recall, budgets were reduced in 2021 due to the COVID-19 restrictions. So this is having us return to normal. The transfer to facility development reserve had an increase of $531,000. So as we expect Parks and Rec and Culture revenues to increase back to pre-pandemic levels, so does the amount budgeted for the reserve contribution. So certain Parks, Rec and Culture revenues include an amount to be transferred to the Facility Development Reserve each year, and this is for future facility replacement and upgrades. So a replacement fee is built into those revenues, and we reserve that money. So say when the Beban roof is repaired, it will, or maybe that's not the best example, but when improvements to those buildings that contribute to this reserve fund, the funding comes out of there. And our last line relates to wages and benefits. So we have a $2,737,000 increase here. And so included in this are amounts for the QP contract increase, as well as management increases, a contingency amount for the IFF contract that expired in December of 2019 is included here as well. This amount really reflects the return to full staffing at the city, including the reopening of the Beban pool. So this, as we had some challenges last year due to COVID, we're back up to our full staffing in 2022. So a full year of salaries for the 6 new positions added in July of 2021 are now fully funded from taxation. And finally, the 3 positions that were funded from reserves for almost 8 months in 2021 are now fully funded from taxation as well. So all of these items add up to the $2,737,000 increase. Next, we'll talk to revenues. So our aquatic arenas, facility rental, and recreation revenue budgets assume a pre-pandemic revenue level, and these increases reflect that. So we are anticipating more money from our Parks, Rec, and Culture operations this year. We have an increase in our building permit revenue. So it is anticipated that growth will continue at high levels into 2022, and the budget has been updated to reflect the 3-year average of building permit revenues. So that gives us an additional $200,000 in revenue in the budget. $672,000 in increased casino revenues is added. So in 2020, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, no casino revenues were budgeted as casinos were closed at the time we prepared the budget. So as I mentioned earlier, casinos have now reopened and staff targeted a 2-year recovery plan to get back to pre-pandemic revenue levels. However, indications are showing that revenues will probably return sooner than that, and we will update the budget for final with updated information. For our grants in lieu revenue, we are anticipating an additional $148,000 in revenue. So we've updated the budget to reflect the current property holdings of the contributing entities to this revenue line. And finally, the Regional District of Nanaimo Recreation Services Agreement has an expected increase of $254,000 in revenue. So the city and the Regional District have a recreation services agreement for certain facilities throughout the city. So the RDN pays a percentage of the costs related to these facilities, and based on those costs for these facilities, we anticipate more revenue in 2022.
Councillor Bonner has a question.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I may, the amount that, through you, the amount that you say it might increase, but you're not sure, do we have an idea, or do we get to wait?
This amount is based on what we have budgeted. So when we have our final numbers go into the regional district in January, so we will know at that point, the final numbers at that point, and then the RDN, we give them that information and we estimate what that amount is going to be, and we know the final number in March when we receive the requisition from the regional district.
Okay, so the amount, as you just mentioned, the amount that you think it will be more than this.
Yeah, it could be, it depends on, because it's based on how the recreation agreement goes, it's based on the previous year's costs. So once we do that calculation, we will see if this is close or not.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know, normally we're pretty close, but we do sometimes have an adjustment to that. Anything else?
The only thing I could probably add to that is what we did in financial planning is we had accounting services do a projection for us of what the submission that we will give to the RDN will be, and then based on that, and we've done that a couple years now, and so we know kind of percentage wise how close we tend to come to that, and so we did an analysis based on current costs what we think we're going to get next year, and then we'll have to fine tune it, as Ms. Mercer says, once year end is wrapped up.
Thank you.
So our first item here are transfers from general revenue, or the General Financial Stability Reserve. So we have so in 2020, we've changed the minimum required balance and added a maximum balance to the reserve. So funding over the minimum balance of $15 million was used to reduce property taxes in 2021. So we are not using that as a funding source for 2022. So that's where you see the decrease in that funding there. So just to note, our $15 million minimum balance is calculated on a maximum of 60 days of prior year operating budgets. And this minimum balance is reviewed every 5 years and adjusted as necessary. So our next item is the transfer from the RCMP contract reserve, and we have a decrease of that funding source by $368,000. So this reserve was used to transition the funding of the contract from 92 to 95%, as well as funding for additional fleet vehicles in 2021. And that is the net impact, is we have we no longer have $368,000 of funding from that source. And our transfer from Special Initiatives Reserve, so an additional $1.5 million was used to fund further, to reduce the tax rate further in 2022. So this is in addition to the $400,000 allocated for 2022 in the 2021 to 2025 financial plan, and this totals $1.9 million in tax relief for 2022. So this is showing we're drawing an additional $1.5 million out of that reserve to reduce taxes. And finally, we have growth. So we have budgeted a conservative estimate of $1.3 million for growth, and this offsets the costs I identified in the previous slides. As again, we will adjust for final budget for the actual growth numbers when we receive them. So how this works is we receive preliminary information on growth in November, December of each year, and the final numbers are received each spring. So we will update for final on growth, but this is a conservative estimate. We anticipate growth to be strong, so we're hoping that this is closer to last year's growth numbers, but at this point, we just don't know. So all of these items add up to a need for an additional $4,034,000, and that equates into a 3.4% property tax increase. So the next two slides talk to the business cases that were not included in the draft financial plan. So we have a number of business cases, as you can see, that were created but not included in the draft plan. So these will be discussion points for council on the November 10th budget session. So I won't go through all of these today, as we will have a review of these on November 5th and then have a more detailed discussion on November 10th. So copies of each one of the business plans are included in council budget binders, as well as on the city's website on the budget information page. So the public can see what we're proposing as well. So next we'll talk a little bit about debt. So at December 31st, 2020, the city had $39.3 million in outstanding external debt. So this represented two borrowings for the sanitation department. One pays out in 2022 and the other in 2023. And the funding source is sewer user fees for this debt. There are two borrowings for the Vancouver Island Conference Centre, and one pays out in 2026 and the other in 2027. And this debt is funded from taxation. Fire station number 4, the debt pays out in 2027 as well, and taxation is also the funding source here. We had two borrowings for the water treatment plant. One pays out in 2033, the other in 2034, and these are funded from water user fees. So the fire station number 1 has multiple borrowings, and at the debt outstanding at December 2020 will pay out in 2040. And this is funded from the General Asset Management Reserve. We also had two instances of internal borrowing for sewer DCC projects, one for the Chase River Pump Station and Force Main, and the other for the Millstone Trunk South project. And for 2021, we had planned new debt as well. So the first item is relating to the fire station number 1. So, pardon me, we have done our 2021 borrowing for $11,160,000 for fire station number 1, and we have received that funding, and the budget reflects repayment costs for this debt. We had some borrowing budgeted for a sanitation truck. So borrowing will commence in the summer of 2022, and we needed to put this in the 2021 plan as the lead time for purchasing those trucks is so long, and we need to have a budget, an approved budget for us to borrow for that truck. So I will.
Councillor Armstrong has another question.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't know if this is the right place, but I did want to ask this question, and maybe it can be looked at for later discussion. But right now, it's the lowest cost of borrowing we've seen in generations, and probably, you know, reading what the Canada Bank says, interest rates are going to go up next year. We have three major capital projects that we're looking at, one being the Public Works Building, RCMP, and the Chase River. So let's say we were to borrow $250 million. What impact would that have on taxation rate? I know this isn't probably the time to say it, but that would be a question I'd have, just because obviously it's going to have to go to referendum. But is that something we could look at as a way to do it all at once when rates are so low?
Through your worship to Councillor Armstrong, we're looking at all kinds of options around how we're going to fund those projects. So when we have a plan or some options for you, we'll bring it to council at that time.
Great, thanks, Ms. Mercer. Thank you, Your Worship.
So I will note with the sanitation truck borrowing, the user rates for 2021 do not reflect any costs for borrowing. So these costs are included in the user fees when the debt repayment starts in 2022. So while it has a debt funding source in 2021, the user fees don't reflect that until we start to make repayment. And we had one instance of internal borrowing, and the sewer DCC project for Millstone Trunk South is currently underway, and internal borrowing is scheduled to fund this project. So that brings us to new debt that's in the 2022 to 2026 financial plan. So the first item is relating to Fire Station number 1. So in 2022, it is the final year for borrowing for the Fire Station number 1, and this brings the total borrowing to $16.7 million. Secondly, we have the Wilcox secondary access. So in the current financial plan, borrowing is anticipated to occur in 2025 and 2026 for a total of $1.9 million. Now, what is in the next plan we bring you, you will see there's a further $5.1 million in borrowing in 2027 to bring the total borrowing for this project to $7 million over the 3 years. But as we only bring a 5-year plan, that's all that's in the current financial plan. We've had some funding for sewer DCC projects. So the DCC projects for the Millstone Trunk North and the Departure Bay Trunk are scheduled to need external borrowing in 2023 through 2026 at various stages. As well, we have 2 budgeted internal borrowings for the following sewer DCC projects. So Millstone Trunk Central is anticipated borrowing in 2023, and for the Metro Drive area in 2023 and 2025. So this graph shows the projected outstanding balances of the city debt by year. And Councillor Armstrong beat me to it, but this includes the project borrowing intakes listed on the previous slide, but it does not include any debt for the Nanaimo Operations Center, the RCMP building, Waterfront Walkway, or the South End Community Center. And once we have final information on these projects, the graph will be updated to reflect those figures at that time. So this chart graphically illustrates the outstanding external balances of long-term debt over the next 40 plus years. So the chart does not include any debt for the Nanaimo Operations Center, RCMP building, Waterfront Walkway, or the South End Community Center. It's strictly what we have projected in our financial plan so far. So the highest debt load will be in 2045 with the borrowing for the water supply dam that is to be undertaken. And currently the dam is in the budget with full funding from debt. However, when the time comes to do this project, it will likely be funded from a combination of borrowing and reserves. But right now we don't know the breakdown of that, as it's so far out in the plan. This graph shows the annual projection of the debt servicing costs over the next 40 plus years associated with the outstanding debt that was in the previous slide. So with regards to debt servicing limits, under legislation, the city cannot borrow beyond its allowable limits. So based on the city's 2020 financial statements, the annual debt servicing limit is $44.4 million for the city of Nanaimo. So this means that the city can have a maximum of $44.4 million in annual principal and interest payments. Not that we would ever recommend going to that top limit, but that is that is our allowable limit. And we currently sit at 15.5% of that total limit. So when we compare ourselves to similar sized and neighboring communities, Nanaimo was sitting in the middle of pack with regards to our debt servicing level. So some people have a higher debt limit and others have lower, and we are sitting almost smack dab in the middle of that. And lastly, I'll talk briefly about reserves. So as you know, we have two types of reserves. One are operating reserves, which are usually created through an allocation of surplus. And two, we have statutory reserves that are created through a bylaw. So the reserve policy that Council adopted in 2019 sorts the city's reserves into categories outlined in the reserve framework based on their purpose. So our financial stability reserves, so these are created to mitigate risk arising from lower than expected revenues or sudden unplanned expenditures needed to maintain the delivery of city services. Our equipment reserves are established to provide a funding source for our equipment replacement. Infrastructure reserves are established to provide funding for infrastructure replacement and for new or upgraded infrastructure due to growth. Our parking reserves are established to provide funding for renewal and new parking infrastructure. And our property acquisition reserves are used to fund a wide variety of land acquisitions that the city makes each year. Our strategic reserves are established to provide a strategic initiative. Our strategic reserves are established to provide funding for strategic initiatives identified by Council. Our DCC reserves are funded by contributions collected from developers to assist with the cost of new infrastructure required due to growth. So these reserves can only be used for specific projects outlined in the DCC bylaws. So the DCC reserves have very, very strict rules around how you can use it. And DCC reserves currently are about 37% of our total reserves for the city. And the remaining reserves fulfill either a specific administrative function, comply with a bequest, or are for short-term purposes. So that's just a kind of a brief reminder of how our reserve policy is set up. So for 2022, the expected closing balance for reserves is $136.4 million. So a detailed listing of these reserves can be found in your budget binders or on the city website under the financial information page. So with respects to reserve, they may look flush, but the vast majority are accounted for by plans or regulations. So there are some reserves that have unallocated funds in them, but the amounts in these funds are limited. So we do know that we'll have some funding challenges for projects going forward as the current gas tax agreement ends in March of 2024. Now, we do anticipate that program will continue, but what we don't know is the amount of funding we will get each year from that or the types of projects that we can fund using those funds. So that's kind of I won't go into too much detail unless anybody has any questions, but that is kind of a snapshot of where we are at with our reserves. And that is the end of our presentation, and Ms. Fuller and I will take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mercer. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Ms. Mercer and Ms. Fuller, thank you very much. I'm always impressed with your depth of knowledge and your ability to explain to non-numbers people like me. Reserves. I don't know if you can answer this, but in a very ballpark manner, can you compare the state of our overall reserves now to a year ago?
So, yes.
More or less same?
Yes. So through your worship to Councillor Thorpe, last year we did have a significant amount of money that went into the Special Initiatives Reserve from surplus. So with this budget, we have used all of those funds. So we do have, we still have some healthy balances in some of the reserves, but I think our overall total is down due to the use of the funds out of the Special Initiatives Reserve. I think there was about $3.8 million or $3.4 million worth of funding that came out to reduce taxes.
Thank you. My impression was that we made good use of reserves during the past year, maybe more than we'll be able to in future. And the other point that I'd just like you to repeat for my information and for those listening is I think there's often a misconception that city reserves are these huge pots of money that are sitting there doing nothing, and why aren't we spending them? And in fact, they are already earmarked for projects. We know that they're needed, and I'd just like you to clarify that and confirm that.
Yes, so through your worship, you are correct, Councillor Thorpe. So a large amount of our reserves are specific purpose. So like I mentioned, our DCC funds, reserve funds equate to about 37% of the total overall budget, or the total overall reserve balances. Then our sewer reserves can only be used for sewer projects and operations, and that accounts for about 11% of our reserves. Water reserves, again, can only be used for water projects, and that accounts for about 14% of the overall reserve balance. And we also have, keep in mind, we have general minimum balances for these reserves as well, and that's about 17% of our. So in all of that, about almost 80% of our reserves are specifically identified for certain types of projects. We do have some flexibility, but there isn't a lot of room in there for just miscellaneous things. Ms. Fuller would like to add to that.
Sorry, I just wanted to make one comment following up on Councillor Thorpe's question. So in our 2020-2024 financial plan, so that plan was done before we knew COVID was coming, we were projecting for 2022 that our reserve balance would be $156.8 million. And you can see on our current financial plan, we're now projecting the 2022 closing reserve balance to be $136.4 million. So you see, we have drawn down the reserves more than we were anticipating when we did the 2020-2026 financial plan. And that's a combination of different things. It's not just using reserves to reduce property taxes because of COVID, but it's also all the projects that we've added to the project plan. Council has brought a lot of projects, staff has brought projects forward, council has endorsed projects, and a lot of those are moving into the project plan, and so that's also using up that reserve funding. So I just thought that was a good call-out.
I appreciate that. That's very helpful information. Thank you.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. I'm looking at the reserves, love reserves. And I'm noticing that between 2022 and 2026, the reserves increase almost 13%, but the majority of that is done between 2024 and 2026, where they're going up almost 11%. Is that a normal standard that we would expect in the industry to have reserves increasing that much?
I don't know, Ms. Fuller, you want to answer that? Okay, do you want to answer that?
I'm just going based off the graph, the bar graph that you have here, just rough estimates.
Oh, I see.
Through the chair to Councillor Bonner. So actually our 2023 closing balance is lower than our 2022 closing balance, so we'll actually be drawing down reserves. And then some of that change, it has to do as we're looking at projects coming up in the future, because reserves are a huge funding source for our projects. So we do 10-year project plans. So we've got projects planned out 10 years, and we're making sure we have the funding available. That it really ties back to that 20-year investment plan that we do, and we look at that funding gap, and we have that 1% contribution to asset management. That's to smooth out those bumps so that we don't have huge property tax spikes in 1 year because we have a bunch of infrastructure projects we have to undertake. So you are going to see that the reserves are going to go up and down as the project plan goes up and down and we have major projects undertaken.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just looking at the percentage of increase in our reserves over that period of time and just wanting to know, compared to other municipalities, are they doing roughly the same, less, more? We don't have any comparison on this one that we do have in the other graphs.
Yeah, and through your worship to Councillor Bonner, each municipality uses their reserves a little bit differently. So it's hard to say I haven't looked at the comparisons, so it's hard for me to say whether we are similar to others or not. But our reserves really reflect our plans and our replacement plans. So as Ms. Fulla indicated, our plan doesn't necessarily equal what other municipalities are going to do. So we may need more funds at certain periods of time. So the short answer to that long explanation is I don't know how we compare to other communities with regards to future year increases in reserve balances.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. I should know this by now, but can you quickly give me a definition between the strategic infrastructure and the special initiatives?
Okay, so the special initiatives reserve is, we allocate usually our surplus there. So that can be used for anything council wants to. The special initiatives reserve has an allocation of casino revenue and Fortis revenue that goes in there to fund council initiatives. So if you recall, when you might not, because it's been a while, but we used to have a line for council contingency, and we took that out of the budget and put it and had that special initiatives reserve for council to fund any of those initiatives out of that reserve, rather than just having a line in the budget. Thank you.
And Ms. Mercer, just to confirm, right now we're talking about a 3.4% tax increase, but if we included the business cases that aren't included in the draft plan, they come to roughly about 2.4, 2.5% increase.
Yes.
So we could potentially be looking at 6 if we were going to fund everything that's being included in business cases.
Yes. Yes, we have not, and none of the figures that I have given you today include any business cases. We've kept those as decision point items for council to deliberate on the 10th.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any further questions. I note it's 10:14, probably time for the morning recess. I feel
Yes.
like I'm in elementary school. For 10 minutes, perhaps.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Hi, Leonard Krogh here. I'm here with Karen Lindsay today. She's going to show me how to sign up for our app.
Voyant Alert, the City of Nanaimo's emergency notification system. So we'll start by going into the App Store, Mayor Krogh.
Done?
Next, you're going to hit search, and you're going to search for the app, which is Voyant Alert. So it's VOYENT. Now you see it's already selected it. Click there, hit get, and then we're going to install.
And why are we downloading this app?
We're downloading that so that you can get this onto your phone system, and what it will do is it will send you a push notification out. So if the City of Nanaimo issues an emergency alert, it will actually push the notification out onto your phone. The really nice part of this app is that it's anonymous, so it goes by postal code. So we're not requesting you to put your name or personal information in, it just works off of the app through your phone system. There are also, if you have family members or friends that maybe don't have a smartphone or would like another way, you can also sign up online or call our Public Works Department, and they have phone and texting options available as well. So there's lots of options for people depending on what their needs are.
Fabulous. So you can rest with some comfort knowing you can find out what's necessary and know that people who are important to you are notified.
Absolutely. So now you have Voyant Alert on your phone. And now just select Open. So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to tap in the postal code that it's prompting you.
All right. So
So you just click on there and start entering. And then find on a map. So here you'll see the welcome page for the
Yes.
city of Nanaimo, and you want to subscribe to notifications, yes?
yes.
Click that you agree to the terms, so click both to the yes for consent, and then hit next. And it's going
Yes.
to ask to either allow or not allow notifications, and you want to always allow.
Always allow.
Always allow. And the reason that is, if you don't allow, it won't push the notification out to you. So always allow.
Always allow.
And now you see here, you've got a message to accept that you've signed out. That's the two-factor authentication, and you're going to tap yes. And now you're in the system. Also, when you have a moment, we recommend that you pick your locations and sign up based on those locations, and then you'll get alerts from the city of Nanaimo.
Karen, thank you. Everyone, sign up.
Hey, Tiana. Hey. This sure is the coldest rink in town.
Oh, yeah, buddy! Nice save, James!
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh. Go, 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 go! Penalty shot!
Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, down in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got a kid? Use the lid.
This is the 2018 redux of the lighting at Nanaimo's historic bastion. I've had the pleasure of being part of the relighting project on this amazing building in downtown Nanaimo. So what we did is we've replaced the original high-pressure sodium lights, which basically did an okay job of lighting up the bottom 10 feet of the building, and replaced them with modern LED lighting that has the capacity to change color. We can run through a number of different colors that we have pre-programmed here in a pink, a purple, a green. Probably my favorite on here is Rainbow Chase for Pride Week. It'll actually run all the way around the building all the time.
With this new technology, organizations can now request that the bastion be lit to promote their cause by going to the City of Nanaimo website and following the instructions. Go to Your Government, Bastion Lighting Requests, complete the lighting request form, and submit. You will hear from us within a couple days if your request has been approved, and the bastion will be lit in the colors that you have requested. If you have any questions, please contact the Mayor's office at 250-755-4400.
So the next time you're in downtown Nanaimo at night, come on and check out the new dynamic lighting at the Bastion.
This is a plug catch basin. We have 10,000 plus of these in the city of Nanaimo with over 600 kilometers of road. Maintenance staff can't be everywhere at once. So we don't ask a lot for the city of Nanaimo residents, but if they know that they have one of these catch basins, clear it off with a shovel or a rake. Do not use your hands. If this gets plugged, you could ultimately flood a neighbor around the corner, flood a road, which is prone to hydroplaning. And if you're lucky enough that you have a green bin, by all means, throw the compost into the green bin. And if you don't, throw it into a composting pile. It's just gonna make a lot of the roads much more clear once we have the debris lifted off. During a snow event, the catch basin can be plugged with snow. The resident knows the proximity of the catch basin, by all means, grab a shovel or a rake, don't use your hands, and clear it off again. This is ultimately gonna save you from flooding, the road, or your neighbor. You know, as much as we want help cleaning the plug catch basins off, please do not assist us by trying to unplug a culvert. Call the city yard. They have 24/7 service. It's 250-758-5222. And also there is sandbags and sand available. Just bring a shovel.
We're here at Bruce and Dundas. Somebody's stolen the street names that were here, so we're here to replace them. Our sign shop has just generated us 2 signs, so I'm going to go through the process of putting it together and reinstalling the street names. First thing, we got to center the signs. We do everything on this truck. We've got all the equipment on here to build, install, remove, repair, whether it's street signs, street names, posts, banners, Christmas decorations and so forth. I'm going to basically just put the sign in the brackets, and we'll be doing both signs, of course. So I've got a cross bracket that I'm going to put in, and then add the top sign, which is this street we're on, Dundas. Sorry, do the same there. We put the street that we're coming up to on the bottom, so they all basically have the same. The cross street will be on the top. We got to put some bolts in to secure them so nobody will steal the street name. We're ready to go. Just put this back and we'll go out and install this where the missing one is. Every year we do what we call a stop sign survey, where we go around and check all the stops. We clean them, make sure they're in the right spots, in good condition, not bent. And we also clean the street names, make sure they're good. As we're doing that, if there's ones that we decide we want to replace, we do that at that time. This year we're looking at approximately about 120 sets. It's very expensive to do, but we're continually, weekly changing street names because of either them getting damaged or people breaking them and taking them. So I'll put this on, and then I put a bolt through to secure it to the post. There we go. And that's good, we're done. Dundas and Bruce Ave are now ready to go.
All right, everyone, if we could reconvene, please. Thanks to Ms. Mercer and Ms. Fuller for their presentation. The next is the 2022 Department Business Plan presentations. And the lead off is our CAO, Mr. Rudolph.
Your Worship, and I'm hopefully going to be very brief. As Council and we've discussed in our presentations and preparing for this, we're not here to tell you everything we do. I think you've heard that 3 times now. This is your 4th PowerPoint presentation on business planning exercise for this Council. So I think you're familiar with this, though we do have an obligation for those that are attending perhaps online or for the first time to provide that oversight and that overview. So we'll be as brief as possible and try to direct people to the content of the business plans, which are a little more thorough. So my job is, again, just to set the stage. We're now transitioning from a budget conversation to what we do and why we do it and what we need to do and some of our challenges. So quickly to highlight, and this is again all online and available for the general public, is what is the role of the City Chief Administrative Officer, and it's the one employee of the Council, as you know, and so there's a responsibility directly to Council. It also has a responsibility to coordinate the work and activities of the entire city administration, and so it's a dual purpose. It's also has responsibilities to liaise and be linked to members of the community. So it's not just reporting up and reporting down, it's reporting out. So I'm alive to that concept. This is the official organizational structure. We have a vacancy with the General Manager and Corporate Services, so those portfolios are currently reporting directly to me, and we will be revisiting the org structure a little bit on that after the budget process and and I will be able to report back to you on possible minor modifications to this, but generally is going to adhere to this portfolio. These are the business plans that are being presented to you over today and next Wednesday. These are, and sequentially, they will be presented to you over the course of these 2 days. In each business plan is the same template for content, summaries, the list of services, the speaking to this year in review, next year's plans or issues for each department and their operating budgets. So just to take a brief step back, and my job is to kind of look at the big picture. We're taking a bit of a 30,000-foot view here as to where we are in the journey of the city. And, you know, we can't start without talking a little bit about COVID and the impacts that it's had on the organization, top to bottom, throughout since March of 2020. So, you know, beginning with council, here we are in a council environment with plexiglass. We transitioned to a combination of in-person and hybrid, virtual attendance. All our committee meetings have been, well, almost all of our committee activities have been virtual. So we've transitioned, we've changed. We've maintained it though. Council didn't miss a beat in terms of my observation, in terms of your work plan and the number of meetings that you've had, and vast majority of them have been in person, so you're aware of that. So we've maintained the governance piece, I think, rather well throughout this entire period, not only council, but the committees and the infrastructure that supports that. At the same time, the things that we normally don't think about were mandated to carry on throughout this process, and there's staff and there's all kinds of issues attached to maintaining our water, sewer, and other infrastructure. The garbage trucks have continued to work and become way more busy because people are buying things online, and there's a lot more cardboard at the curb, so that service never stopped. Police and fire, 100%, even in the deepest of COVID times, all staff at the police department were in attendance. It was tough for those people to be squeezed in there and all kinds of conditions that not necessarily were great. So I just want to do a shout out there. The department that on the front end of this that had the biggest impact over the course of the past year and continues is the Parks, Rec and Culture group. With the arenas and the programming and the pools and all the issues there. So this, and the public is acutely aware of this, that the impacts when you have to close a pool and that type of thing. And it's been a lot of scurrying and work, particularly in the recreation side of house, to keep current and implement the guidelines and directives of government. And at the same time, there's a complete and significant uptick in activities in our parks, which has put some burden on our parks department. And then just the actual operations of City Hall, where we were closed, where we've had procedures. We were open for business, but closed for public access. And there's been a whole transition process that has taken place. And so that's, you know, it's been a big, interesting thing. And we sometimes lose sight of the fact that we're still feeling the effects of this. So it's affected our organization for sure. I want to just acknowledge the work of the staff in the various departments and divisions of the organization. We all rely on our staff to do the work and get the job done that we're asking. So it's really important that we acknowledge it and nurture it and help it grow and mature as things carry forward here. So we can speak a little bit about that later on, but you know, this is an illustration of the multifaceted nature of our workforce in the various departments that exist. So mindful of the fact that council has a strategic plan. We have 4 pillars. We're always thinking of this at a senior leadership team level as how do what we do align with your strategic objectives. So I'll have a brief comment on each of those areas. The governance quadrant of our strategic plan it's embedded in everything that we do, and I think there's been a tremendous loyalty to respecting good governance throughout the term of this particular administration and council, and that's something we can't take for granted. And while we've had our history in this municipality, other municipalities or even regional districts have experienced challenges with their governance and maintaining a healthy, confident, stable, predictable level of governance throughout the deliberations that they have. So I just want to recognize that council, without council's support on that, it would be much more difficult to achieve the many things that we're trying to do. And, you know, I've listed these points. I'm not going to go through them. There are a number of initiatives throughout the year that align in this quadrant, and we could talk about each of those probably at length. But a lot of good work going on, and will continue into the next year under the umbrella of governance. Economic health. There's work going on. It's slower than I would have hoped. On the flip side, we actually are trending to be the second busiest building permit year ever this year. So there's a lot going on. So the massive volume of activity is high. You know, we are seeing slowdowns in our building permit activity, not the activity, but the processing times. And we've gone through this with council. We're working to fast track as much of that as possible. Many of the projects that we get now are big and complicated. So some of those are driving some of the numbers that you see. But, you know, if we're looking at, there's a lot of work going on right now to actually implement the recommendations of that task force that took place earlier this year. So I'll just comment on that. That was a proactive initiative to streamline what we can do. Government itself is actually coming out with new guidelines as recently as last week to help facilitate change. The interesting thing about that is with robust approval times, some may find that not so good for engagement and public consultation, so there's a balancing act there. The economic development organization that is taking place, and the same comment would apply to the systems planning organization. This takes time, as it turns out, to have stakeholders agree with the process. We could all jam an organization in place, but when you have stakeholders that need to buy in and make the thing successful, it takes time. So on the Prosperity Corporation, we are still awaiting some of the agencies to sign off on that with the details of that. So we're expecting that shortly. So that's coming. And of course, there's a review of our tourism function, though it's really robust. And I get lots of positive comments about TV ads and things like that. But behind the scenes, again, a big stakeholder and big engagement process has been underway for those folks in that business to work collaboratively. And for the future, there's a sponsorship initiative underway, which is our staff person behind that is Mr. Harding, and he's working with a consultant to come back to you in the early next year with some opportunities for enhanced revenues for the organization. The environmental area, this is a large piece of work that goes on an ongoing basis. We are in hopefully the final throes of achieving a sustainability manager. The interviews and the offer is out there, so we'll see if we can complete that process. But there's a lot of work going on in the city, and it not only affects development, we could talk about active transportation and all sorts of things that fit under this. Even the plastic bag decision fits under this quadrant. Reimagine Nanaimo is our biggest project, I think, corporately. The council knows that. There's a lot under this suite of things that talk about the livability of this community, the things that are working. Some of it's policy, which will translate into projects, which translates into how people live and enjoy the community. So there's a lot of things under that suite that maybe it's the biggest suite of issues that we have. And so I'm going to now transition into 2022. And council will recall that we had a workshop in this building back in May, I think, or April, with Gord McIntosh, and the goal was to identify those critical few projects, because there are a lot of things underway. But how do you boil it down to some of the major things? And I'm kind of looking at this more from a council end than I am from an administration end, because there's a lot of important work here. But on the governance side, we do have the Mayor's Leaders Table. We have 3 working groups actively working. We expect deliverables, at least on the infrastructure project. We'll see what happens with the other 2 groups. The good thing is people are talking and figuring out how they can collaborate to move the organization and the city forward. So that Mayor's Leaders Table meets quarterly and will be there until the end of the term, and that the new council will determine if they wish to carry on with that or not. So it's pretty exciting, to be honest, to see people engaged, and they're meeting with these groups, some more often than others, but at least once or twice between each mayor's leaders table. The Health and Housing Initiative, Councillors Hemmons and Bonner know full well there's a lot of work that they are involved in, and staff and stakeholders to pull that project together. So that's ongoing, and that will continue with hopefully a conclusion and implementation next year. Same with the Prosperity Corporation, same with the tourism function, and of course it'll be the first full year of swing for the Downtown Business Improvement Association, and we're all looking forward to the downtown market on Thursday nights and everything else that's going to take place. Reimagine, this is its own slide. It's a big project. We're in front of council a lot, and the rubber will start to hit the road for council later this year when you get policy documentation and you work collectively your way through all that material with the goal of adoption next year. Given the amount of work ahead, it's going to be extremely ambitious to try to complete that work by the first quarter. So I'm anticipating this will, by adoption, will not probably take place till the second quarter of next year. But that will be paced by the buy-in and acceptance from council and the stakeholders in the community. So very excited. It's a one-off project. I know it'll win awards when it's all done in following years, and we will be seen as a significant leader in what's been accomplished here. So a lot of work coming in that, and hopefully conclusion to this part of that work next year. I chose this slide to represent relationships, and I think we're all aware that our working relationship with Indigenous peoples and the local First Nation, the primary First Nation in this community is very significant, and I know council is committed to that, and it will be, I think, will continue to be a very significant piece of the conversation and the work that's done next year in terms of aligning the work of our administration and council with the council of the local First Nation and that type of thing. And it's unfortunate I didn't have a picture of the welcome pole on this, but I think that probably says it all. And this is the event that took place down there on September 30th, so on the right-hand side. So I think, but there are other really important relationships that we have with the university, the Chamber of Commerce, the school district, and the library, and so many others. So and the Port Authority. So relationships are a big part of what we do. I think council's pretty excited. I know you are, about all the capital projects that are coming to fruition. We have some large ones. There's a lot, you'll see a lot more on this when we get to our capital day next Friday. But the Metro Drive is award-winning, and Albert Street, we're expecting that to be completed. The Fire Hall #1, a suite of things under the Parks and Rec and Culture. Capital works, a lot of them are smaller, some of them are bigger. We're hopeful on the artificial turf field. If that happens, that's if we get that grant officially announced, we'll be thrilled, and that'll be the biggest of all the recreation projects. There's many others I could list here, but this is what I put together some time ago. As mentioned earlier, we have work being done to prepare business cases and ultimately an implementation strategy for all of these unfunded major capital projects of the future, the Operations Center at the Public Works, the waterfront walkway, the RCMP building and suite of buildings that they are actually occupying right now, and the future community center. So we're trying to get clarity on what it is we need to do, and then a map to get it done in the future. So it will involve phased projects. The timing, the method to do it, all that needs to be sorted out next year. That's the goal. We're not actually doing them next year, but there's a lot of due diligence taking place. So fully expect council to be engaged on a process conversation around each of those next year. Next year is going to be another big year of growth for the city, and we see some illustrations of some of the major projects that are going to finish next year. The seniors housing project up the hill, the exciting TELUS project over on Wallace, a number of condominium rental and other projects throughout the city. I've chosen this slide from the Lindley Valley area. We see we're going to have 2 completed supportive housing projects open next year. This one on Prudhoe, the other on Nickel, which is opening in November, and others in the queue. We have the fire hall, and we also have the hotel next door to this, which all be opening next year. And of course, the prison property, the campus, and the residents that are occupying that. Summary slide. There's a lot of balls in the air. We have task forces, we have Reimagine, we have a lot of capital projects internally. You'll hear today a reporting out on a whole pile of significant initiatives to sustain this organization and move it forward. The business systems, these are IT and other things. We can talk, and we should talk more about human resources. I think this is the backbone of what we need to support. We are in a challenging labor force. Just like everything else, the examples where we are unable to quickly get back to having a pool opening because all the trained aquatic staff weren't available. So that was one of the challenges. We find that some of our positions are hard to fill, and people are looking for different work arrangements now than they used to. And so our work attraction is going to have to show flexibility. So the work from home and alternate arrangements are going to become, for some positions, really important. I mentioned relationships and governance, and I did note that there's a little ballot box at the bottom right-hand corner in next year's election year. I think you probably are aware of that. And that will be always in the back of our mind is I suspect you will see more folks coming to council meetings and paying attention to the affairs of the city government. So that, in a nutshell, is a very high-level overview of where I think we're at. And I'll just leave it on that slide because we are certainly looking forward to the future. The city has a tremendous bones to work from, and we are doing a lot, and it's going to be an exciting 5-10 years beyond. But we're really talking about next year, and I just wanted to leave on this slide, which was one of the things that got done this past year, was this Nanaimo sign with the inclusive O at the bottom, at the right-hand side. So be pleased to answer any questions and or transition over to the Ledge Services Group.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rudolph, and thank you for continuing to support the city as our CAO. It is appreciated.
That's it.
I'm not seeing any questions, which tells me they're either very satisfied or the coffee didn't kick in this morning. All right, thank you. The next item is Legislative Services and Communications. Ms. Gurry.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. I'm here again today. It's the 4th year now in a row that I've been up here presenting Legislative Services and Communications Department business plan. This year it's 2022's business plan, and I'm going to shake it up a little bit this year, which you'll see about in a second. I'm just going to go to the next slide. There we go. So as you all know by now, the Legislative Services and Communications Department consists of the 2 sections, Legislative Services and Communications. And we make up an overall 1.9% of the city's overall budget. Most of this is made up of wages, as we are a service department, and the remainder is made up of mostly contracts to do with Nanaimo Archives, our eScribe meeting management software, and postage, things like that. We are the actual hub for postal incoming and outgoing mail for the City of Nanaimo and Legislative Services. So my overall job as the City Clerk, Director of Legislative Services, my many hats, many names, is to ensure that my duties under the legislation are adhered to, and to serve council in their mandate to achieve governance excellence, and not just for council and committee meetings, but all departments throughout the city. We strive to achieve that goal of governance excellence in everything we do. Most of my time is spent with Mr. Rudolph and other members of the senior management team to ensure this gets done by hours of planning that go into these meetings and trying to bring forward the work that you have asked us to complete. So I myself spend a lot of time in my area doing that. And I have made a concerted effort recently to pivot more of my attention to focus on the communication side of the department and hopefully enhance the strategic planning for that section going forward into next year and beyond. So now for the rest of this year's presentation, well, not the rest, up into the communications section because Ms. Feroki couldn't be here today, I am decided to do it a little bit different with the support of Mr. Rudolph, and I do appreciate how he always encourages me to go ahead and look outside of the box, so thank you, Mr. Rudolph. I'm going to have my staff present to you on the achievements in 2021 in their respective areas and what we have for opportunities and considerations going forward into 2022. I hope they'll be brief, but be kind to them. This is some of their first time being here before you. And I have to say this year, as I have done in every previous year, I have to acknowledge the work of my staff. A lot of what is before you and the excellent work that is done in our area is because of them. They are leaders in their own right, and I just can't say enough about the exceptional work that they do. And so I think you'll see some of that today. So without further ado, first will be Ms. Sky Snellgrove, who you all know, and then she will be followed by Karen Robertson. And then I think Sky has a little bit more to say after that. And then Megan Wagoner will be presenting to you, and their different functions that they oversee within the department, the legislative services side. And then I'll see you again for the communications part.
Thank you, Ms. Curry. Ms. Snellgrove, good morning and welcome.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. I'm the Steno Coordinator in the Legislative Services Department, and our group consists of myself, Kelly Gerard, Callista Lundgren, and our newest team member, Aria McCall. So our main function is to support Council behind the scenes by providing Council and committee meeting support. Today I'm going to provide an overview of our 2021 achievements, and then we'll review our opportunities for 2022. So please feel free to ask questions as I go through the presentation. The first achievement to note was the technology upgrade in Council's chambers here in the Shaw Auditorium and the Douglas Rispin Room. So this is a project in its final stages of completion. It modernizes the technology in this room, and the technology was at its end of life or had a high risk of failure, which is why it needed to be replaced. So this includes the upgrade of microphones, speakers, the TV screens, the presentation desk, and a lot of the work was behind the scenes with cabling, programming, and network updates. The next achievement to note is the meeting transition through COVID-19. So we have transitioned the Environment Committee and the Advisory Committee on Accessibility and Inclusiveness to meet electronically. We were initially allowed to do this through Ministerial Order number M192, and with that coming to an end, Council recently adopted amendments to your procedure bylaw, and that allows for the continuation of electronic meetings and electronic participation. So we anticipate that committees will continue to meet virtually for the foreseeable future, and we are continuing to support the Mayor's Leaders Table with meetings held quarterly. So to provide you with some statistics, so far in 2021, we have supported an average of 8 meetings a month. This includes 26 council meetings, 17 in-camera council meetings, and 38 committee meetings. So each meeting has about 260 steps, and more were added or modified this year due to COVID-19. So preparation typically starts about 3 weeks in advance and ends about a week and a half after the meeting. So this results in staff managing multiple meetings at the same time, all in various stages. So now I'm going to turn the remainder of this slide over to Ms. Robertson.
Thank you, Ms. Snellgrove. Ms. Robertson, good morning and welcome.
Good morning. The Council SharePoint page was developed this summer as a convenient one-stop shop for Council to access the most commonly referred to documents such as bylaws and council policies and unredacted public hearing submissions, and points you to the Local Government Act and the Community Charter. And these documents, wherever possible, point specifically to the spots on the city's website. So council always has the assurance that you're looking at the most recent documentation. And in short, this is your page, and we hope that you have found the information useful. However, at any time, please don't hesitate to reach out if there's anything else that you'd like to see added to that section. In terms of agreement and tracking process, when it comes time to sign documents such as contracts, covenants, easements, leases, etc., on behalf of the city, the mayor and the corporate officer are for the most part the official signatories. However, this isn't always the case. There are instances where authority has been granted to other staff either by provincial legislation or through various bylaws. And so the corporate officer needs to not only ensure the right person is signing the document, but also to ensure that the proper authority has been granted in order to sign those documents. We get a vast number of documents coming through our office, and we were finding it very, very challenging sifting through to accomplish that goal, to ensure that proper authority had been met. So what we did is we came up with a form that must be filled out by the originating department that comes over to us, and it forces them to identify where the authority comes from to sign the document that they'd like us to sign, and also to make sure that the right individual is signing it. And to assist, we developed a handy cheat sheet that lists all the bylaws and policies that points to those other staff members and points to who they are. And this form has assisted greatly in streamlining the signing and filing process of those documents. So staff provided council with a status update on the bylaw and policy renewal projects in July, but it is worth mentioning again today the overall achievements to date in these areas. And one of the bigger bylaw accomplishments by council was the adoption of the new animal responsibility bylaw. And as you're aware, it hadn't been adopted since 1995. And
that would be an understatement.
And so it was modernized to, of course, reflect current best practices in animal care. And already the city has received numerous inquiries from other municipalities that would like to follow our lead. So that's great. We also streamlined the city's ticketing system, and that was undertaken in 2021 and will continue as other bylaws come forward for amendments. Another deliverable that was completed this year and ahead of schedule was the bylaw scanning project. The city has over 6,500 bylaws, and it was a priority to ensure that we did have scanned copies for business continuity purposes in case of a flood or a fire. Development of new council policy templates and the council policy inventory was also completed. And on July 12th, staff presented council with the full inventory, and then on the 26th, council repealed 101 policies that were either no longer legal, reflected outdated processes, or were no longer relevant due to the age of the policy. 45 were identified that needed to be amended, and so slowly you're going to be seeing those come over the course of the remainder of the year and early into 2022. Staff will continue to work also on the bylaw and policy registry projects in 22, and targets include completion of the master bylaw registry. And I don't know if you recall that about a year or so I introduced that to council. This registry identifies all the pertinent information on bylaws, such as when they got their readings, the amending bylaws, which bylaw they repeal, if it was repealed, did it go out to the electorate. All of the pertinent information is contained in that one big registry. And information on 4,000 bylaws so far have been input into the registry, so that makes it about 60% complete, so we're getting there. Once it's finished, staff will be able to very quickly go through the process of identifying which bylaws are outdated, no longer applicable, and then we can come back to council with a bylaw repeal bylaw, has a bit of a strange name, to be able to formally get some of those outdated bylaws off the books. It's also really an excellent searching tool for staff, because quite often staff are like, do we have a bylaw on this or that? So it's a very easily searchable document. We'll also continue our work on modernizing bylaws, And the most recent one that received a thorough review was the political signage bylaw. And I'm pleased to advise that that will be presented to Council on Monday, November 1st for its first 3 readings based on recommendations from the recent GPC meeting. In addition to the council policies that need to be amended, similar work will also continue now on the administrative policies, and we're gathering all of those and following the same process. And so the goal for 2022 is to have a comprehensive inventory of all those policies similar to the council policy project. And that's it for me. Back over to Ms. Snellgrove.
Thank you very much, Ms. Snellgrove.
Thank you. Okay, so just going back to our last 2022 key initiative, that's providing council and committee meeting support. So council has recently received a report with all of your 2022 meeting dates. We are working diligently to get those dates into your calendar and out to the committee members. We anticipate supporting 32 council meetings and public hearings in 2022, and we look forward to continuing to support you through your meetings and assisting you to achieve your priority in the strategic plan of governance excellence. So now moving on to our 2022 considerations and opportunities. So as you all are aware, the next general local election will be happening on October 15th, 2022. It's less than a year away now, and work typically starts about 9 months in advance, if not sooner. The Legislative Services Department has an all hands on deck philosophy with all members of the department with a role to play. We'll be working with other departments such as IT and Human Resources. And with COVID-19, we anticipate that more people will be voting at the advance polls and voting by mail, so we'll be creating a plan to address that. There are a myriad of election tasks that need to be completed, and some of the main tasks include sourcing voting locations, equipment, and supplies, testing on all voting machines, preparing all signage, legislated notices, nomination packages, ballots, candidate information packages, and advertising. We also host candidate information sessions and will meet with each candidate before they file their nomination documents. We hire approximately 200 election workers, and then we will train all those election workers. We'll facilitate mail ballot voting, advance voting days, and voting on election day. We also resolve any election day issues as they arise. And then we'll also, of course, generate the preliminary and final results and forward on to the province and council. And after the election, work continues by assisting with the council orientation sessions. So another consideration for 2022 is the continued assessment and modification of the meeting process due to COVID-19. So as we progress through COVID-19, we will be updating and modifying our meeting procedures to respond to the changes required by the ministry and provincial health officer. Having the electronic meeting provisions in our procedure bylaw allows us to be able to respond to a changing environment and adjust our processes as necessary. So that concludes my section of the presentation. Thank you for your time, and I'll now turn it over to Ms. Wagoner unless you have any questions.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, thank you. So good morning, Your Worship and Council. My name is Megan Wagoner, and I'm the Records and Information and Privacy Coordinator in Legislative Services. My group consists of myself and 3 full-time employees. That's Shauna Amiri as a Records and Information Specialist, Lindsay Young and Jessica Vanderhoof as FOI Claims and Records Clerks. We're responsible for compliance with the Freedom of Information and Protection and Privacy Act, records management functions, and liability claims. I'll be providing you with an overview today of our 2021 achievements related to records and privacy management, and then I'll review our opportunities for 2022. So please feel free to ask any questions as I go through my presentation. As you know, the records management project has been ongoing since 2017, and to date we've completed a review of the city's records management practices, finalized 12 records management policies, and created a custom records classification and retention schedule. The goal of the project has been to have documents and records within the city managed and stored in a manner that will satisfy government regulations and provide a streamlined way for employees to search for and access records. Throughout 2021, we've accomplished the following with regards to this project. So following an RFP to purchase an electronic document records management system, which I'm going to refer to from now on as an EDRMS, RICO was selected as a successful proponent to implement Laserfiche as a software solution. Staff have been working with RICO to design an EDRMS environment and begin implementation of the solution in a pilot project that consists of Legislative Services, Human Resources, IT, and the CAO's office. Throughout the first half of 2021, all 4 pilot departments reorganized their shared drive environments, or electronic records, which was no small task. User acceptance testing occurred in August and September, and end-user training was provided for all staff in September and early October. The goal is to have all shared drive records ingested into Laserfiche by the end of this year for the pilot departments. We have approximately 425,000 records to ingest, and so far we've brought in about 30,000, and that's in the last few weeks. Throughout the year, different methods of communication have been developed, and the records management team has stepped up their efforts to communicate project updates and important information to stakeholders. This year, we published 3 corporate comms newsletters, which provide updates to staff regarding records management, privacy, and other corporate functions. In the spring, Council approved a new records and information specialist position, which was posted and filled. We were very lucky that Shauna Murray was the successful candidate for that application, or for that position. She's been a huge part of the records management project since it started in 2017, and she's doing an excellent job in her new role. This change left a vacant position in our group, and we were very lucky that our own Jessica Vanderhoof was the successful applicant for that position, and I'm sure you all know Jessica. She joins Lindsay Young as an FOI claims and records clerk. So I feel extremely lucky to have the team that I do working on this project. It's a huge amount of work, and they all bring something different to the table. They're all very skilled. So as I mentioned on the previous slide, we've had ongoing staff communication through Corporate Comms newsletter related to privacy matters as well. This year, we collaborated with various departments to update the video surveillance of civic property policy to ensure it meets current privacy standards and responsibilities. The new policy was adopted by Council in July 2021. Following that, staff developed a new procedure for completing privacy impact assessments, or PIAs, which includes a new process involving the CAO sign-off on video surveillance initiatives. We've also developed a video surveillance specific PIA template, which we should assist staff in ensuring that video surveillance initiatives are privacy compliant. And this should also help streamline that process for staff. For several years, we've also had an informal staff working group that met several times a year to discuss privacy matters that affect the city as a whole. This group consisted of senior level staff from IT and legislative services, as well as some other key staff. This year, we formalized the Privacy and Information Security Committee as a staff committee with terms of reference, and we'll meet monthly to review privacy and information security efforts for the city. So here I've compiled some statistics for you, which I won't go through each of them, but these put forward some concrete achievements that we've seen this year. This information was compiled in July 2021, so as you can imagine, these numbers have increased since then. So a few things that I will note is that we have received, as of today's date, 261 FOI requests this year. And there's some statistics on the screen for you as well. For records management, in addition to the nearly 150,000 electronic records that were destroyed in the first ever official electronic records destruction, we have since destroyed another 7,500 records properly. I can't emphasize enough, this has been a massive amount of work that has taken a lot of patience and cooperation from the pilot departments and the records management team. It's been a huge undertaking, and I'm really thankful for everyone that's been involved in this project so far. So moving on to consider—
If I may just ask a question, Ms. Wagner. Are the FOI requests largely individuals or institutional in terms of volume? I'm not the numbers, but the actual volume.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Are they individuals or is it and when I say institutional, I'm basically referring to the press or some other organization.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, Your Worship, it really varies. It depends. We have a high volume of individuals that are requesting. We also have requests from other public bodies and legal in nature, and lots of requests for incident reports from Nanaimo Fire Rescue in relation to claims and things like that. So it really varies. I could get you some statistics on that if you're interested. Any further questions?
I would just note to Your Worship that media requests under FOI have significantly decreased in the last few years.
We're not as exciting, I'm told.
Thank you, Ms. Curry. So moving on to our considerations and opportunities for 2022. As Sky mentioned previously, in addition to the following, we'll be managing the workload associated with the 2022 election, which my group participates in as well. Other pressure points will include establishing next steps for the records management project that are aligned with organizational readiness, and this will be essential for project success. As explained in my previous slides, once the pilot project is complete, we will evaluate our lessons learned and make a decision on the best next steps for the project. The records management project was also put on hold during the pandemic, which resulted in a delay of progress of several months. We'll continue to feel the effects of this delay, but we'll adapt as needed. If there's one thing I've learned through this project is that you do always have to be prepared to pivot. We'll also continue learning and teaching as a result of the additional records management position that was added and staff movement within our group. Mandatory FOI and privacy training, which we had ramped up in 2018 and 2019, was also suspended due to the pandemic. We have been working towards a virtual solution in order to resume training. And although virtual training does also have its own set of challenges, I'm confident that we're going to be able to make that work. Our key initiatives in 2022 will be to complete the records management pilot project. The goal is to complete the pilot, assess, and begin implementation to the entire organization. Over the coming months and into the next year, the records management team will be providing education and training to staff to ensure the success of the records management project, as the policies, records classification retention schedule, and electronic document records management system are rolled out to each department. Procedures for ongoing maintenance and education materials related to the EDRMS will be ongoing, and we'll be closely working with our IT department in that regard. We'll also continue implementation and training for the City of Nanaimo Privacy Management Program. We'll have ongoing monthly Privacy and Information Security Committee meetings to ensure alignment and privacy compliance in all city initiatives. And finally, we'll continue to work towards streamlining processes for the cross-department compilation and completion of privacy impact assessments for all new initiatives. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. This concludes my section of the presentation, so if nobody has any questions, I'll pass it back over to Ms. Gurry.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Gurry.
Hello again, thank you. See what I mean? So now I'm going to go over communications, and I'll try to be quick, and I do appreciate your patience having my staff come up here and be able to share with you some of their achievements and looking forward.
We appreciate them.
Thank you. So for communications in 2021, some of the achievements that they accomplished, and before I start, actually, just really quickly, some of them are here today, and I do want to acknowledge them as well. We have Derek Johnstone here, and we have Tracy Lowen from Communications. Natalie is the Legislative Communications Clerk. I like to think of her as mine, but I do share her with Communications, and she's kind of the tie-in between both of the groups. Lots of talent and lots of hard work. Chelsea Barr isn't here today, and Varnaz Faroki isn't here today. So I'd just like to give them a shout out, because they do a lot of work, and they have put a lot of work into the achievements in 2021. And unfortunately with communications, a lot of the stuff they do, because it's so much stuff, goes unnoticed, which is unfortunate, but they do a lot of posts and designs and communications at all levels throughout the entire organization, and you just don't know it's them behind it. So kudos to them. So the communications section supported many major public engagement initiatives so far in 2021. This includes advising staff, developing content, and managing the various digital platforms that we use at the city, which include the City of Nanaimo website, the city's main social media channel, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and the public engagement platform Get Involved Nanaimo, or Bang the Table, and our weekly newsletter, My Nanaimo This Week, which is sensational. I can't believe what they put out every week and come up with that content. So am I at this slide? So this slide highlights the communications work, not only developing social media content, but the different methods used for media relations. Some of the highlights so far this year: 30 plus My Nanaimo This Week newsletters, ensuring responses were made to 199 media requests. And again, this data was put together some time ago, so it's not quite up to date. Close to 100 news releases, which include statements, 14 corporate videos, and communications for major initiatives requiring clear educational materials such as the plastic bag regulations bylaw, the animal responsibility bylaw. There was a lot of communications and education put out for those two projects, and the communications team worked closely with those departments to make sure that happened. This slide highlights how we have grown our following on our social media platforms. From 2018 to 2021, the followers have grown in both all Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, in all three of those. And here are some highlights of the fun posts that the team created to showcase projects and activities happening around the city. The bottom left one is my favorite. And some considerations and opportunities for communications in 2022 include continued adaptation to COVID-19 when it comes to enhancing and growing our numbers for followers and enhancing our communication methods. The end of this year and then happening quarterly next year will be a paper version of our weekly news, so it obviously won't be a weekly. It'll be a more quarterly version, so a more fulsome version, but it will be in the newspaper. And this is to ensure that we are inclusive and accessible to all peoples. Not everybody have reach out or get their news through digital lenses. There's still a small population that relies on the newspaper. And Mr. Rudolph wants us to do that. So yes, we want to make sure we're inclusive. And other considerations and opportunities not noted is that communications department is an integral part of the election and the process to ensure we communicate, educate, and get the word out so people come and vote and participate in our election. We rely on them very heavily for that. And the other I noted earlier is that we do plan to hopefully update our communications plan. There is a corporate communications plan that was developed in 2013, and it is in need of renewal. A lot of the goals that were set out in that plan have been achieved, and it's time to put to paper new goals and initiatives that we want to achieve. For the engagement portion of the communications plan, a lot of those objectives were reached as well, but going for a full engagement strategy would most likely be done after Reimagine Nanaimo, as the engagement that has been undertaken in that project has been probably bigger and more than anything else the city has ever done. So lessons learned and engagement strategies would be best suited to look at after that project is completed. But the communications plan itself for corporate communications will probably be looked at this year. That's my goal anyways. We'll see if we can get it done. And of course, we will continue to support all departments in all of the different major projects, including Reimagine Nanaimo, all of the other capital projects that Council is looking forward to doing and or may come up within 2022, including the Terminal Avenue and Hub project that was just recently before you at GPC. There's other major capital projects, of course, planned for 2022. So communications will continue to help develop content and support in the communication needs of all the departments throughout the city. And that's it, Your Worship. So if there's any questions for me on the communications part or any of the other sections, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you very much. It's a pretty soft group this morning.
Yes.
So let me just say thank you very much to you and your team.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Your Worship.
Councillor Bonner.
Oh,
Oh, thank goodness.
Less of a question, more of a comment. Thank you very much for having everybody shaking it up a bit.
Yes.
I mean, in terms of shaking up, it was kind of mild, but I was
know.
expecting games, guessing games, singing songs or something like that, but
Maybe Mr. Harding will have bubbles or something.
okay, all right, so looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, the next is Human Resources. Mr. Van Horn. Welcome and good morning.
Thanks so much. Good morning. Get the mask off, the glasses on, and be ready to go. Just wait till it's shared. Thanks so much. So yes, thanks for the opportunity to present our business plan for HR. Okay, what I realize is I can't see up there with the glasses on, so I'll have to stick to the screen here. This is sort of the best encapsulation we have of the various areas of our department. Obviously, health and safety has been getting a little busy with COVID stuff over the past, now 2 years on top of the regular work, but it has been a very integral part of what we've been doing going forward, continuing to stay on top of provincial regulations, work safe regulations as they come forward. So that's going to continue as COVID restrictions continue to change, and we see more and more places talking about vaccine mandates and vaccine passports and all those implications for the workforce. So we're trying to keep an ear to the ground on that, but also try to recognize what our role is in handling the pandemic for our workforce. Our training and development has been overseeing, again, more changes towards more online offerings. We cut back considerably on training offerings during COVID because we couldn't get people in for classrooms. So we've expanded quite a few of our online offerings, and it's been, the uptake has been very well received, and it's allowing us to explore smaller class sizes, like it might only be 3 or 4 people, where before we wouldn't have run a course with that many people, so that's been very good. Recruitment, as Mr. Rudolph alluded to earlier, has been seeing some challenges. As you know, the entire world right now is short-staffed and there's help wanted signs everywhere. We are not immune to that. We've continued to forge ahead. Sometimes we've had some fairly long drawn-out job competitions that had to advertise a couple or few times to get people for the roles. Our best bellwether of how things are going in local government is really the civic info postings, and during the depths of COVID, that was seeing maybe just under 300 job postings at any given time, and I just checked the other morning, it was 548, so there's a lot of places looking for a lot of people, and so we continue to deal with that, but persevere on it and try and be a little creative. Our employee relations, that tab there is respectful workplace, and our QP job evaluation plan. We've got staff that oversee that and try to keep those processes moving along as well. And the employee services is a really key section. There's a lot of overlap between all these different areas, but the employee services is sort of all the other behind the scenes stuff, the benefits administration, the wellness activities, the service recognition. And one of the things that is done in that area also, in addition to our ID cards that we're, is an employee newsletter that does get out to all staff every quarter, and it just introduces new people to the organization. It talks about the different service milestones, wishes our retirees farewell, but it also captures all the different way to go messages that are received from different parts of the organization and shares them with the other staff. So it's nice to sort of see that those sorts of thanks do come into staff, and that staff are willing to share those with others, just because it can have a little bit of a motivating effect for other staff. So it's nice that we have the opportunity to provide that. So again, here's our portion of the budget, and you see in terms of the overall budget, it's a little sliver there, but there's a lot of value encapsulated in that sliver because while quite in contrast to Ms. Gurry's department, we prefer, our staff really like to operate behind the scenes. I actually received thanks for not having staff come to present today, quite in contrast to her world. Or a lot like IT, you won't notice necessarily when things are working, but you will notice when we're not. So where we really make our impact for the organization obviously is through the people, and we produce about 1,000 T4s in a year. So that's in addition to our temporary casual contract instructors, but each of those are individuals that have an interaction with their workplace, and the vast majority of those interactions every day go well, and that's generally the good sign things are going well. Occasionally though, and we see it through mask mandates, we see it through scheduling changes, we see it through a number of different interactions there. Sometimes things don't go well, and that's when HR will try to work to get involved. We look at all the employees are our employees, the managers, the staff, everyone, and so it's trying to help those relationships work their way through the tough times and make sure they're doing it with a health and safety viewpoint to everything as well. That obviously when there are safety concerns that come up, those can sometimes they can create labor relations concerns, they can create fear and anxiety, and that's where our staff tend to get involved to help the parties work their way through it. And again, you won't necessarily notice when things are going well, but when they're not, that's a sure sign that there's a little more intervention required there. So our year has been a whole lot related to COVID as it's constantly changing. And I think if you're keeping track, we're probably up to about 50 mentions of it already this morning. It is a tremendous impact on our workforce because it affects each of our employees in a different way. Our 2021 achievements, was a major part of it. Our COVID response, assisting our rec managers, Lynn Wark in particular, I know, with the recreation centers and what are the opening plans and what are we requiring of staff, what are we requiring of the public. There's been a tremendous interface there. With the constantly changing regulations and what we need to do and what we need to be communicating to our staff through Mr. Rudolph, a lot of that messaging is sought out and developed initially through health and safety, and then we'll talk about, okay, what needs to go out and when. So we've been doing our best to stay on top of that, but it's tough when regulations will change on a Friday afternoon and we're saying, what do we need to do for Monday morning?
If I may, Mr. Van Horn, obviously I fully appreciate how challenging this has been for everybody working for the city and society generally. Have we seen any significant increase in the number of, I'll call it concerns as opposed to formal grievances brought forward as a result of necessary changes required by COVID regulations?
Actually, a few concerns, very, very individualized ones, but actually throughout the pandemic, our staff, our various managers, and our unions have been in fairly regular contact about what's going on. And there's general support for things like vaccines and mask mandates, things that are keeping ourselves safe, keeping our colleagues safe, and keeping safe those people who can't wear a mask or can't be vaccinated. So I think that if anything, it's been more of an area of overlap where there's been a considerable meeting of the minds. That said, we will have individuals, for example, who may have been working from home and who are having a tough time transitioning back to the workplace that require a little more specific involvement. But no, we've not found it's being adversarial really in any respect there, which has been very positive, I think, for all of us.
Okay.
In support of the Legislative Services policy refresh and bylaw refresh, our department has been undertaking to review and, in some cases, repeal, in other cases, amend existing policies that would generally, we used to call them the HR policies, but they're actually correctly administrative policies overseen by HR. So we've been working on refreshing those over the coming year, and that will continue into the new year. We have been part of the electronic records management pilot project, and so all the stuff that Ms. Wagner had been talking about in terms of ingestion of records, we've been going right along that, and that is a tremendous change management thing when you have just in our microcosm department, 12 people who have been used to using the G drive for a long time and finding the records there to now be moving to this more modern system. There's angst, there's I think some eager anticipation. There's a lot on the go there to make sure that we can be successful and help support this project so that when it's rolled out to other departments, we're going to be able to support in that. We did 2 requests for proposals this year, one for our overall benefits program, as you may know, is with Sun Life, and one for an employee and family assistance program. And so those have been generally requiring the same HR staff to do, and quite significant undertakings with our purchasing department. We're glad to see the tail end of them, though. There's a lot of work involved in getting those contracts in place and getting them for an extended period of time so that we don't have to do this too often. And starting actually on Monday, we have our bargaining with the International Association of Firefighters, our IAFF Local 905. So we've got some dates set throughout November and are looking forward to getting going with that. For 2022 considerations and opportunities, Remote interviews are something that we had been using a fair bit prior to the pandemic, and actually went to 100% during the pandemic. Remote interviews, they actually work quite well for speeding up recruitment processes, because you don't have to, you can interview a candidate in Ontario without having to get them out here for it. There's a significant cost savings and environmental benefit for doing that as well. So we see using those as much as we reasonably can, recognizing that there's a certain stage when you do want to see the person in 3 dimensions and actually be able to have a little more interactive involvement with them. Our online training, as I indicated before, we had seen a drop-off in training. The only thing we could really keep going was some of our online training opportunities. But there are some great new opportunities out there for us, different program offerings that we've been starting to explore a little bit and see what the uptake has been. And again, the benefit is we can run very small classes, and people can do it generally without having to incur transportation costs and accommodation costs if they have to go away for courses or seminars. Remote work, as Mr. Rudolph indicated earlier, is something that is coming on scene in a great way in local government. We're actually finding that with everybody doing it, if you don't do it, you're at a competitive disadvantage. In a very commodity-driven market, we're all local government, and the jobs and the work environments are quite similar for staff looking to decide which local government to cast their hat in the ring for. And so I think we're slowly rolling out a program for this for staff. We're just in the final stages of fine-tuning a policy on it, recognizing that we had probably about 40% of our workforce that was working at home in some capacity during the pandemic, but that was just sort of done in an emergent situation where we need to get people out because we're not sure how this virus spreads, and we need to spread people out as much as we can. But in terms of going forward with it, we really do need to address things like information security, health and safety, privacy, and records management processes to make sure that we're following. I know best practice is an overused term, but to make sure that we're being diligent and treating it, getting all the same considerations as if a person was working in the office or working at home, and recognizing that a lot of our workforce can't work from home. So that's trying to build in something that is going to be reasonable and fairly balanced. Mental health awareness in the workplace is another thing that has been gaining more and more prominence in the health and safety world anyway, and I think there's been additional destigmatization of talking about mental health in the workplace, and we are endeavoring to continue that. We've had, I think, most of our management staff go through a mental health awareness training program put on through Queen's University, and we're obviously interested in staying on top of whatever new developments might be coming there so that we can develop and adapt our offerings. For example, through our EFAP program, when we did the RFP for the Employee Family Assistance Plan, we looked at expanding the amount of counseling sessions people could get so that if they were struggling in some capacity, they were able to go out and seek some additional support in that. And collective bargaining, we've got, if the IFF agreement doesn't settle in November, then we're going to unfortunately have to miss some time because of a human rights matter to deal with. So we'll be looking to finish that off early in the new year. And then at the end of 2022, we have our QP collective agreement coming to an end. And so we'll be looking at starting to get together bargaining proposals and talking to QP about possibly when we want to start that. And our key initiatives, as I just indicated, the QB collective agreement, we are right now finishing off a 4-year agreement that ends at the end of 2022. And that was a significant achievement at the time. We got that done fairly quickly, and it was, I think, a good agreement to move forward with. And it's been nice to operate for the 4 years under a good labor peace here with both of our unions. I think we've benefited greatly from that relationship. Our benefit broker RFP, so we've done the benefit carrier. Now the benefit broker is the organization that we use to negotiate our contracts with the carrier and to deal with any issues that we may be having with the carrier and their application of our contract. So that request for proposal will be coming forward next year as well, and is going to be relying on a lot of the same HR staff that we had been tapping into for this past year's requests for proposal. So nice for them to have a bit of a break and not have to do all three at once. The enterprise resource planning system replacement is going to take a significant amount of time for a number of departments. It's largely finance, IT, payroll, and human resources, where our SAP system that we've had in place for probably close to 20 years is reaching the end of its useful life. And so we're going to be looking at new systems and different components of those systems. HR, of course, having its own sort of section in there and a role to play in it. We're going to likely have one of our staff seconded for that. So that will obviously have a little bit of impact, but we'll deal with that from a department level when that time comes. And last, electronic records implementation, of course, that is continuing the project from lead services on our digitization of all our records. There's been one person in our department who's been regularly at the copier digitizing records for the last little bit, and that ingestion process that Ms. Wagner spoke of, it is very time consuming, but it's going to benefit us in terms of our ability to search and find documents and store them in a secure manner without having paper documents. We've got significant storage issues right now with the amount of paper records that we create, so this is going to definitely assist in that. And the remote work policy pilot refinement. So we know we're going to be rolling out a policy, and we're going into it knowing that we're going to need to refine that policy. And we're going to treat it not as a failure in the first policy, but rather we got to test this out and see how it's going to work. Because we're going from a system where each individual situation has been as arranged through their department, and in some cases it's been just work from home full time. And obviously we're going to be having to put in place some restrictions and some running rules on how it's going to work, knowing that we're going into it for a long term, and knowing that there's some things that we needed to clean up from the COVID era of doing this, and now treating this as just a regular format of our work and service delivery. So that will be an interesting thing. I know staff are keen to get going with the remote work policy, and they're anxious to see it, so it will be coming out shortly. But it is going to be a change, but fortunately one that we have had almost 2 years now of getting used to some degree. So it's going to be an interesting year ahead in human resources, and with that, I'll take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thorpe.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. Through you, thank you, Mr. Van Horn. Appreciate the work that you and your staff do quietly and without fanfare, but very important. I had a going back to your mention of the challenge of staffing, quite aside from COVID, but just in general. I had a conversation last night with a local businessman. We were talking about how competitive it is, or he was talking about how competitive it is to find quality employees, especially for positions of increased responsibility. And quite aside from wages and benefits, we agreed that what people seem to think is important is basically the reputation of the employer. And I would hope that the feedback that you've received over the past couple of years indicates that potential employees are seeing Nanaimo, the city of Nanaimo, as a good place to work, as a supportive employer. And I'm hoping I'm correct in that, but I'd be interested in your honest appraisal. Have we made steps to reestablish ourselves as a good place to work?
Through the chair to Councillor Thorpe, I would say definitely we have. It has been a slow road there, but I think we do get good candidates. We just sometimes don't see the volume of good candidates we used to get. And when you have certain pockets of our employee base, for example, building officials. The whole world is looking for building officials right now, and so the turnover is quite significant. Some feedback we did get during remote interviews and during I guess the earliest days of COVID is we would get candidates saying, "I'm glad to see you're all wearing masks in the interviews," or "I'm glad to see you're spaced out." Like they were actually using it as an assessment of how seriously are you treating this. And it would reflect for candidates positively when they would see our interview panels all spaced out. Well, sorry, spread apart. Probably better than spaced out in the interview room with their masks on and making sure that there weren't too many people in the room. So it's things like that we can continue to improve or tarnish our image each time we're going forward. And I think, compared to a number of years ago, it's definitely not the same. It's still a challenge recruiting, but it's not the same type of challenge.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Martman.
Thank you. And through the chair, earlier in the presentation, you talked about an employee survey.
Through the chair, no, it was an employee newsletter we put out.
Oh, okay, the newsletter. But I'm wondering about engagement, or is there anything where we ask employees like an engagement survey or for feedback on how they feel about working here?
Through the chair, no. Engagement surveys I know were a significant tool in human resource departments, probably like maybe 2011, 2012. Haven't seen them used so much unless they're already in places where they are regularly already in use. Our bellwether of how things go, we really learn a lot through our exit interviews with staff. Because they are asked a lot of questions in relation to how's the communication within your department. And when those are received, they go to the person above the person to whom the departing person reports. So they'd say, like, let's fine tune things. If communication is showing up as a 2 within your department, you need to take that into consideration and realize you should be spreading the details of what's going on here a little more.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to ask a couple of questions around the remote work policy pilot. What's your sense of what's happening with other municipalities across the country? Are they way ahead? Are we about the same pace? Are people embracing this?
There have been a few places that raced way out to the front on this, for sure. There's a handful of us in HR that are regularly on a Zoom meeting with our counterparts from across the country and hearing some of the things. Edmonton, for example, got way out in front of it. And some of the feedback we've gotten from some of those very early adopters is, be careful, don't do this. Some things to avoid with it. Oh, we set up people in home offices, but then they didn't realize, there was tax considerations for that, or this tremendous, you're duplicating your resources. You've provided them a computer at home and they've got a computer at work, and see it also in places where they have, say, leased facilities, and the lease is up, and now we don't have to lease 3 floors of this building. We can just lease 1. So there have been different reasons for them to do it. I think a lot of the places we've talked to are sort of in the same boat as us. They've done it for a couple of years, but now that they're at a point of, they've sort of built their policies more on the fly. And we recognize as an organization, we wanted to get people back and take the time to develop a policy that wasn't going to be seen to be, we're negotiating with people to come back to work. No, the job prior to March 2020 was always at work. And we just want to say we want to open that up a little more, but recognizing that there's some things we need to take care of first. So I think there would be definitely places that were way out in front and in front of us on this, but I think our more measured approach, it's our Made in Nanaimo response to this issue, recognizing that everyone is having their own made in their community response that's going to suit their workforce and what those workforce expectations are.
I must admit, I think it's a very intriguing topic generally from an environmental perspective. If you don't have 200 employees driving to work every day, there's a tremendous savings there. You also save the cost of the infrastructure. We don't need another SARC. We don't need all kinds of things. But on the other hand, as a human being, I'm very concerned about social isolation. It seems to me we're in some ways stepping back to the pre-industrial age where weavers are in cottages and nobody works in dark satanic mills, and bakers live above their bakeries and silk merchants live above their silk shops, et cetera, et cetera. And it's a very intriguing time, and I appreciate how challenging this is for you.
We're also seeing in virtually every recruitment we're doing, people are asking, is there an opportunity to work from home? And because we're in this not quite rolled out policy state. We're trying to make sure they know, yeah, something's going to be coming. I think probably by this time next year, we'll be way more comfortable with it. We'll have had the opportunity to refine the policy. It's always tough when you roll something out. We can think that this is going to solve most of our issues, but there's still going to be, each one of us is a unique individual. Each one of us will have our unique ask or idiosyncrasy in trying to fit into a policy, which is going to be a bit of a challenge. At the same time, we need to recognize that there's some equity considerations and fairness considerations that we need to take into account, and the fact that, yeah, there's something to be said to be able to interact with people in 3D here, and there's obviously a corporate culture thing that we want to make sure we don't lose sight of here, and we're worried that that could drift if it's too much remote too often.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you, Worship. We have the Facebook metaverse to look forward to get really virtual. My question is just a matter of curiosity. Are we getting requests from new hires or people applying, asking if they can work remotely from another community?
Through the chair, yes, we have started to see these, or at least have the inquiries come from different departments of, would we consider this? There are some considerations that we need to have for this. Obviously, when we need to have on-site meetings, or if there's, in assessing a person during a probationary period, it's a little easier to do when you can actually see that person showing up every day and interacting with coworkers and things like that. So we're aware it's out there. We are starting to get some inquiries at least, but we've not yet nailed down a situation where we say, yes, we're going to do this for this reason. Turning back to the sort of the equity consideration I'd mentioned, is we don't want to set up a situation where we see our own employees quitting their jobs and then looking to get rehired in those jobs because they can negotiate a better deal. So that's one of the nuances that we have when we start rolling out better terms for people that perhaps don't work for the city yet than we provide for our existing employees.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, Dad, it's a very interesting situation, and I imagine every job within the city has different considerations in that, and I think that those requests and that reality, there's a lot of problematic issues with it, but I was just curious on that, and I think part of it makes a strong case that the more that we can do to make Nanaimo itself a livable, enjoyable place to be, that it really does help our employment options for attracting people here. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gesselbrock, and thank you, Mr. Van Horn. Much appreciated. I'm looking at the time, Ms. Gurry, and unless someone's suggesting otherwise, I see Ms. Lindsay's first up after the introduction by Mr. Rudolph, so I think we should press on.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Mr. Rudolph.
I'm going to introduce Ms. Lindsay.
I've heard of brevity, but this is ridiculous. Ms. Lindsay, welcome and good morning. Emergency management.
Yes, and thank you very much. So, someone's going to pull that up for me. A little shorter than John.
I won't object when you speak into the mic.
Okay. I will move it forward. Okay, so I'm not sure if this is necessarily my slide or if it might have been Jake's slide, but I fall under corporate services right now. Yeah, along with police services, finance, and IT. Is this your portion?
We're just moving directly into the emergency. We're trying to be efficient at the time, so that we just directly go right into the presentation.
Okay. There we go. So I'll go in a little bit about what I do, and the Emergency Management Division that falls under corporate service. And emergency for the city of Nanaimo, I notice, especially in the world that we live in today, the word emergency has a very broad meaning. And however, having said that, in local government, it has a very defined meaning. We're guided by a lot of legislation that kind of determines what it is we can or can't do. It's similar to the term resiliency. And resiliency in the world of emergency management is a whole of society approach. So what we try to do, and you've seen a little bit of that even just with our mass notification going out yesterday, is we want residents and businesses to build their own resiliency up and be prepared. So it's very important to do that, because we're not trying to encourage dependencies, we're trying to encourage independence, so that should we have an emergency, they know what to do, when to do, and how to do it. So there's kind of three segments that I work through in my function, and I think in the Corporate Services Division, it's been very advantageous. And I think a very positive move from my standpoint, because I do a lot of work interdepartmentally and with a lot of different organizations and agencies in the community. So I'm not prescribed into what, we kind of see that little slot of first responder. There's a lot of intricacies and interdependencies corporately that we work through. So I work extensively with Public Works, with IT, with the CAO. So it's been a very positive move, and it's allowed kind of my opportunity to expand a little bit and people to become more engaged as a result of that. I also run the Emergency Coordination Center for the city, and we'll talk a little bit about that as I go through the presentation. And then we also have our Emergency Social Services volunteers, and I'll talk to you a bit about that. They're kind of the little engine that could in our community, and are just instrumental in everything that we do as an organization and everything that I do. So the city's, my share of the budget is 0.2%. If I had that piece of pie, it'd be a lot thinner. And primarily it is operational. So there's a ESS contractor that we have on that manages or supports me in the management of volunteers, and he sets up meetings, and those volunteers are on call 24/7. So he ensures that we have a rotational schedule going all the time. And in addition, we have also brought under our umbrella the RDN ESS volunteers are going to be attending our meetings as well. The program is very well formed, and that structure is well regarded by our neighboring communities, and therefore they've kind of come under our wing to take part in the training and to see how we do things. So going through that, 2021, we all know of the COVID-19 activation. That was our primary activation in 2020 and continued through 2021 primarily. But it's important to remember as well that even though we had the COVID-19 activation, there's still other things that can go on and still other things that we have to prepare for. So two of those things that we prepare for, and we do this on an annual basis, is our wildfire season preparation and our severe weather preparation. Through the COVID-19 activation, we successfully recovered 113.5 and change from EMBC for COVID response. So it was very kind of specific as to what we could recover. It could be for PPE, it could be for any operational expenses that kind of were above and beyond, but again, very prescriptive. And the recovery of those funds, the work is extensive. It's not like you slip a receipt through and then they go, oh, wow, okay. Like there's mounds and mounds of paperwork that we have to go through. So it's extremely labor intensive processes. Laura and I know it took us the better part of the year just to get through that portion to recover that 113,000. And understanding that it's not just the city of Nanaimo doing it, every community in BC was going through that same process. I also, at the early onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, set up a call with our regional medical health officer. And we included our First Nations school district, VIU, and Mid-Island communities all the way from Tofino up to Oceanside. And those calls continue to this day. We participate in so we kind of convene it. It's a 15-minute snapshot. And we basically get a regional perspective, and it allows us to ask questions or provide any concerns that we may need bumped up to higher levels within health. And those have been extremely well received to the point that other communities called us and now have adopted that same model as well. So you get those briefings from Dr. Henry, and then you also get regular Emergency Management BC briefings, and these were kind of just another layer that were more geared towards our area as opposed to kind of whole of province response. As I mentioned, we also ensured operational readiness for emergencies other than COVID-19. We saw, as we know, this summer, the heat dome that involved an evacuation of a seniors facility. So there was there's always something going on, and COVID definitely made it more challenging, but we were able to successfully make our way and work our way through those. We have ECC room planning for Fire Station 1. So with the Fire Station 1 build, as we know that there'll be new emergency, we call it Emergency Coordination Center, or Emergency Operations Center is sometimes the standard term for it. So that's moving along. We did secure a $25,000 grant for that, which provided us with some additional laptops and monitors for visuals. So that room, from a budget stance, was, I wouldn't say it's neutral, but all of the equipment and assets in that room are planned for through our regular budgeting process. And then we had the grant to kind of top up some of the IT that we have in there. So we're looking forward to getting that going. It's going to be a streamlined version of what we have. And I think once we kind of get our bearings in that room when it's up and operational, I think staff will be very pleased with how it functions and our ability to be able to respond and support the community in emergencies that we have. In addition, we developed COVID-19 guidelines for our Emergency Coordination Center and our ESS response. I'll talk a little bit about the ESS response, but as well as our meetings. So I think something that our organization did as a whole, we were also in the midst of all the emergencies going on in the community, we were also trying to keep our own operations up and running. So we adapted, we were flexible, we tried to do the best that we could, and I think we achieved some really good ways of moving forward and taking some of the lessons. It wasn't all negative with COVID. We really did gain a few new advantages as a result of it. As in the public, I know we're all tired of it, but there were some good things that came out of it. And then another positive with Parks, Rec and Culture, and this is why I talk about that whole corporate canopy, we were able to successfully finalize a mobile hospital contract with Parks, Rec and Culture at Beban with the PHSA and Island Health. So that was kind of earlier on. There was discussions that were brought up, and you may recall, I think one of the doctors came in and talked about it, and it was to provide surge capacity. So if we found ourselves with a strained hospital locally, we could provide the opportunity for the hospital to continue providing some of the services that early on in COVID were not allowed because they were shutting down the hospital. So that contract will be ongoing, and we're really happy to have seen that come into place. And they actually got all of the equipment and assets sitting at the hospital for that to be a continued effort. So we look at that as a positive on many different emergencies where we have that capacity. Sorry, here. There we go. Ongoing, talking about COVID, it seems to be the theme of the day. We're continually updating our pandemic response plan. And I think the latest one was about 3 or 4 months ago. So that was ever evolving. It's not like something we've seen before. And we also did an after action review of our response to it. And we take some of those lessons learned and try to improve future responses. I participated in the Imagine Nanaimo and food security sessions. So again, that whole concept of resiliency, independence as opposed to dependencies, and that allows us, I mean, our whole or main objective in emergency management is to get the city back up and running, and that's primarily your infrastructure, keeping your first responders on the road. So the more that we can get the communities prepared, the better off we are as a whole as a community from a recovery perspective. So those were great things to see happening. We did a virtual ECC model for our COVID-19 response. So as you can appreciate, even in an emergency, we couldn't have 50 people standing in a room. So we adapted, and through the support of our IT department, we developed the ability to have key senior officials or senior management in our emergency operations center and our staff working sometimes from their desk. It could have been from home, depending where it is, but that allowed us to have the staffing that we needed to respond to an emergency. And then we also we'll be conducting a secondary exercise similar to that. We did Emergency Preparedness Week, education. We just had Shakeout BC, and you saw the mass notification. And just prior to the notification going out, we saw another 400 residents. We test them annually right now, and we test them to see what are the gaps or where are the bottlenecks or how does it work. So there were a few, but certainly not as many as we saw last year. So that was an extremely positive outcome of this. And then, as I said, I continue with operational readiness for emergencies other than COVID-19. The one thing that, as I talk, the ESS, it's just such a great team. We have about 30 to 40 members, some active and non-active. They're on call 24/7. And we were called upon just shortly after the fires in Lytton, and we developed a response model for the Lytton evacuees, and it was called a telepod. So EMBC would funnel the calls from the Lytton residents, and our volunteers here in Nanaimo would support them in getting the information, registering with the province, or sending them to registration or reception centers wherever they were, because it was similar to the, I think it was 2016 and 2017 fires. It was like a pepper spray. Everybody kind of went everywhere. So that model actually was extremely well received. And then in turn, other communities stepped up and they used that model with their own ESS volunteers to support additional wildfire evacuees as well. So very proud of that, and very proud of that team for developing that. And we had at any time probably 5 to 7 sitting there, almost like a call center, I guess, but with very specific expertise. 2022 considerations and opportunities, training. We're hoping at some point we can resume in person. Training is critical. As we know, over the past few years, we've seen, staffing change, retirements. We have a nice core group of people that are trained, but we really want to see that expand and build that capacity up, because in a large emergency, those things can run 24/7 for extended period of times. So that will be a very significant focus for me in working with city staff and getting them training. And another good thing out of COVID and some of the things that we saw this year is that a lot more staff are expressing interest in the training. So I'm very pleased with that, because I always say the more the merrier. We're going to continue our preparation for the new ECC at the new fire hall, so excited about that. We're going to establish in-person or blended ECC response, which I mentioned, and then our ongoing volunteer training, which we're now kind of embracing our neighbors to come in and train with us, and it just makes it easier in the long run if we have a regional emergency. Probably in the summer, I would say, with the new ECC at Station 1, there's going to have to be staff familiarization, because it's going to be kind of a very different room. So kind of all the procedures and processes that they went through will change. It's not going to be that dramatic, but it's going to take them out of their comfort zone a little bit. And typically when they walk in there, they already are out of their comfort zone. So we'll work through that in the summer and fall. We will conduct staff training, probably 2 to 3 next year, and we are hoping, and again, this is something that it's very dependent on COVID, it's dependent on how things move forward, but looking at some kind of either live or full-scale exercise, dependent upon grants. That's a grant funding opportunity I'm working with Fire on. We're going to take at all the events that we had this year and continually evaluate them for strengths, weaknesses, and gaps. And then we just completed our severe weather preparation, and we will continue doing our severe weather prep in the spring in anticipation of wildfire and summer. And that's it for me. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lindsay. Much appreciated. Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. I thought a lot about you and your department this summer. In particular, I was listening to the mayor of Lytton on the CBC, I think about 36 hours after the fire, and he hadn't slept and was trying to kind of figure out what that looked like for his community. Given that we are entering into a time of greater wildfire risk and greater severe weather events, do you feel, and this might be unfair, but the resources in your department, do you feel well-resourced to manage quite likely an increase in emergency management services in the city?
Well, I'm a department of one, so I do report with Jake. I connect with him a lot, and I think every department always wants more resources. I mean, I think that goes without saying. But I think that given some of the pressures, if there are additional staffing opportunities available, understanding budget constraints, and COVID has impacted our budget, it allows for more proactive approach as opposed to reactive, because a lot of times I find I'm reacting to a lot of things, because you're still, you're doing the administration, you're doing a lot of the paperwork still, so that doesn't go away. So I would love more people, absolutely, but understanding that there's a lot of needs within the organization as well. Okay. But it's something that we're going to see increase over the years. We saw it this year. I mean, I've never seen a heat dome like that, and it's, whether or not that continues, I think it remains to be seen, but we had the 2018 storm as well with the severe weather, so it would alleviate some pressure, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lindsay. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Gurry, back at 1. Very good. Thanks, everyone, for this morning.
Welcome to the city's South Fork Water Treatment Plant. This is where we take water that we would collect in our lakes and rivers, pipe it, we filter it and treat it before we send it off to the city's distribution system in your taps. This facility actually does a better job than most home filtration systems. The water that comes into your home that you use every day, that you bathe in every day, that you wash your clothes in every day, is cleaner than anything you can get anywhere.
Here you see filtration in action. It's kind of like watching paint dry. There's nothing to really see. But if you look in the tank, you'll see the froth on the top. That's dissolved organic matter, and when we aerate the tank, that froths up, and that's why that's up there.
We take all the little particles, all the organic matter, any insects or bugs that might be in the water, and pathogens that we're trying to filter out, they're all gone. We filter the water using a series of membranes.
So what we're looking at here is a membrane filtration module. So when I talk about the membranes filtering the water, this is what we're filtering the water with. And while you might think that the water flows through like the baleen of a whale, it's not true. These are hollow fiber membranes. So each of these little tiny strands are hollow, just like a shoelace. And the membrane is wrapped around the outside of these tiny little hollow fibers. So these sit in a bath of water, raw water, and then we pull the water through the wall of the straw or the shoelace, and then it travels along and it collects in this vessel at the end here. And this hole at the end is where we pull the water out.
And the membranes are like an almost impermeable waterproof layer that we pull the water through. So now we're just left with clean, pure drinking water. Take care.
This is the 2018 redux of the lighting at Nanaimo's historic bastion. I've had the pleasure of being part of the relighting project on this amazing building in downtown Nanaimo. So what we did is we've replaced the original high-pressure sodium lights, which basically did an okay job of lighting up the bottom 10 feet of the building, and replaced them with modern LED lighting that has the capacity to change color. We can run through a number of different colors that we have pre-programmed here in a pink, a purple, a green. Probably my favorite on here is Rainbow Chase for Pride Week. It'll actually run all the way around the building all the time.
With this new technology, organizations can now request that the bastion be lit to promote their cause by going to the City Nanaimo website and following the instructions. Go to Your Government, Bastion Lighting Requests, complete the lighting request form, and submit. You will hear from us within a couple days if your request has been approved, and the bastion will be lit in the colors that you have requested. If you have any questions, please contact the Mayor's office at 250-755-4400.
So the next time you're in downtown Nanaimo at night, come on and check out the new dynamic lighting at the Bastion.
Hey, Tiana.
Hey.
This sure is the coldest drink in town.
Thank you.
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh. Go, 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 go! Penalty shot!
Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, stand in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got a kid? Use the lid.
What we have here is the Real Ice technology that was installed at the Nanaimo Ice Center. It allows us to use cold water from traditionally hot water that we used to use for making ice. Basically, the water will come in through the bottom, go in through a vortex idea, making the air bubbles microscopic in size, which makes a better, more dense sheet of ice.
Differences that you'll see with the Real Ice is there's less snow developed, so that's easier for cleaning, and also it's a denser, harder, clear ice. So the ice skaters will certainly enjoy that. And the city plans to implement Real Ice at our other 2 arenas as well. Some of the other efficiencies we've implemented in this facility are LED lights in some areas, and we've also, in the last few years, installed a higher efficiency refrigeration system, which lowers our energy costs. Both Zambonis at our facility are now electrically operated, so there's no harmful emissions, and they're very quiet as well. So what this means for the city is that we're able to use less energy and also reduce the amount of greenhouse gas emissions, which is more beneficial to the environment.
This is a plug catch basin. We have 10,000 plus of these in the city of Nanaimo with over 600 kilometers of road. Maintenance staff can't be everywhere at once. So we don't ask a lot for the city of Nanaimo residents, but if they know that they have one of these catch basins, clear it off with a shovel or a rake. Do not use your hands. If this gets plugged, you could ultimately flood a neighbor around the corner, flood a road, which is prone to hydroplaning. And if you're lucky enough that you have a green bin, by all means, throw the compost into the green bin. And if you don't, throw it into a composting pile. It's just going to make a lot of the roads much more clear once we have the debris lifted off. During a snow event, the catch basin can be plugged with snow. The resident knows the proximity of the catch basin. By all means, grab a shovel or a rake, don't use your hands, and clear it off again. This is ultimately going to save you from flooding, the road, or your neighbor. You know, as much as we want help cleaning the plug catch basins off, please do not assist us by trying to unplug a culvert. Call the city yard. They have 24/7 service. It's 250-758-5222. And also there is sandbags and sand available. Just bring a shovel.
This is one of the City of Nanaimo Public Works snow and ice control vehicles.
And this is actually set up for a brining unit right now, or anti-icing. And what brine is a 23.3% sodium chloride solution. And it comes out of the spray bars down here at the bottom, and it's made here at the Public Works Yard. It's a proactive method of snow and ice control, as when we know that there's a winter storm coming, we can actually lay this down on the road prior to the event.
By putting the brine down before the snow comes, it buys time. It lets us get on the roads, and then when we hit it with the plows, it doesn't stick. The snow doesn't stick, it comes off much easier. Whereas if we didn't brine, the snow has an opportunity to freeze to the road.
So another benefit of the brining or anti-icing unit is that during the frosty mornings, we can have it drive down the road, and then immediately the frost disappears as they're applying the brine.
Brine's a great tool for us. It's very cost effective. We can stretch our hard-pressed tax dollars to the maximum. We can make brine for cents on the dollar.
So the other thing that we ask is that everyone stays back from these anti-icing or any winter maintenance vehicles, as they have limited visibility and it's poor conditions out there, and they're trying to maneuver around everything. So just stay back and give them a little bit of room to operate and clear the roads.
So here we are in the Public Works Yard, City of Nanaimo, and what you look around, you can see our various tools that we use for snow and ice fighting. We have tandem trucks, 4x4 trucks, we have backhoes. All our trucks are capable of having front plows on them, and the larger trucks we have belly plows on them as well, and they all have a salter sander that can be mounted on the back.
This is another tool in our winter maintenance fleet. It's a salting machine. And what happens is that the salt gets loaded into this hopper, and on this conveyor where it gets hit with these two saddle tanks, which are full of brine. Then it comes out here on the spreader. And why we add the brine is that it reduces the amount of spray from the salt, so it doesn't bounce nearly as far, saving about 20 to 30% of our salt. As well, by using the anti-icing liquid on the salt, the activation starts right as it hits the road.
The purpose of the salt is to keep the roads bare, keep the ice from forming on the road. Again, safety for everyone, including ourselves and the public. That's why we put the salt down.
Today we're talking about clearing catch basins or road drains on residential roads. The first thing to understand is where the catch basin is in proximity to your residence. When clearing a catch basin or road drain, we want to make sure that you make yourself visible and aware of oncoming traffic. When clearing snow or debris from a catch basin, we ask that you put it in an area where it will not plug the catch basin again, not placing it on an already shoveled driveway or sidewalk. Sandbags are available at 2020 Labio Road 24/7. Just remember to make sure you bring a shovel. The City of Nanaimo and Public Works appreciate your help in keeping your catch basins clear. Thank you.
So this is one of our larger winter maintenance vehicles. They're very versatile in that they can be equipped with a lot of our different pieces of equipment. Right now this one has a front plow, a belly plow, as well as a salter or spreader box. We also have a brine unit that fits into this vehicle. This is the belly plow, and it's really good at removing hard-packed snow and ice. And then back up here to the front, we have what everyone is more familiar with. This front plow can push a lot of snow, so make sure that you slow down and keep your distance from the vehicles to ensure safety.
We have 17 vehicles that we use within the snow and ice operations for the city of Nanaimo. We also have an early shift that starts at 5 in the morning, and we have a night patrol, an afternoon shift, and an evening shift. They are eyes on the road, keeping us appraised of the conditions so that when the snow starts falling or ice starts forming on the roads, they can start salting and also call for other resources and mobilize the crews out. Our emergency routes, they are priority routes. They consist of roads that go to and from the hospitals, from the fire department stations, and from the BC ambulance stations. They're also their main commerce routes through the city of Nanaimo. So this allows commerce to happen during a snow event. So we hit those roads first. Once those are clear and open, then we move into the secondary roads, and then we move into the residential areas, which are dead-end roads and cul-de-sacs. And it can take up to 96 hours before we get into the residential areas. One of the side effects of plowing snow is it does end up on the sidewalk, and this can be very frustrating for homeowners and business owners that have just cleaned the sidewalk. It also pulls into their driveways. The crews try to keep it as close to the curb as they can, but we need to open the road right up to the curb to allow the drains to be exposed for when the snow starts to melt.
On snow days like this, the city of Nanaimo sends out a fleet of plows. How well equipped are these trucks?
They're really well equipped. We all have plows and sanders on them. We come with a belly plow too, so we're well prepared once we get a big snow like this. A lot of waves, a lot of friendly faces. People are pretty happy when you come and rescue them and clear off their road. So on our maps to determine where we go, we follow our red routes, which are our bus routes and our major routes, and they're first. Then our secondary routes are in purple, followed lastly by our side streets, which are in yellow. We try not to cover a nicely shoveled driveway, but sometimes we don't really have an option, and it's unfortunate. We're not trying to do it on purpose.
In some cases, the plows can't scrape heavily packed or iced snow right down to the surface of the pavement. So how does it clear away?
We're taking off as much as we can, and then we're putting lots of salt down to melt the rest. So sometimes it just takes a little bit longer, but it's usually pretty effective. Salting is really important because if we get it down like this, then roads won't freeze, and way safer for the drivers out there.
And in terms of safety and getting the job done, are there some challenges to plowing in Nanaimo?
Yeah, Nanaimo's got a lot of hills, a lot of narrow streets, cars parked on it. It can be pretty tough sometimes.
How can drivers parking on the side of the road in Nanaimo help?
Just make sure they're parked legally and as close to the curb as possible so we can widen the streets as much as we can. We don't always move very fast, but that's important to push the snow, so we really appreciate if people can give us a little bit of space. These are big trucks. We have salters going, spinning, and we're still on a lot of ice and snow, so when we try to go up a hill, if people are right behind us, it can be dangerous for everybody. So we appreciate if everybody can give us some space behind us, and we'll give lots of space in front.
Hey, Tiana.
Hey.
This sure is the coldest rink in town.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, buddy!
Nice save, James!
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh. Go, 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 go! Penalty shot!
Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, stand in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got it, kid? Use the lid.
Hi, Leonard Krogh here. I'm here with Karen Lindsay today. She's going to show me how to sign up for our app.
Voyant Alert, the City of Nanaimo's emergency notification system. So we'll start by going into the App Store, Mayor Krogh.
Done.
Next, you're going to hit search. And you're going to search for the app, which is Voyant Alert. So it's V-O-Y-E-N-T. Now you see, it's already selected it. Click there, hit get, and then we're going to install.
And why are we downloading this app?
We're downloading that so that you can get this onto your phone system, and what it will do is it will send you a push notification out. So if the City of Nanaimo issues an emergency alert, it will actually push the notification out onto your phone. The really nice part of this app is that it's anonymous, so it goes by postal code. So we're not requesting you to put your name or personal information in, it just works off of the app through your phone system. There are also, if you have family members or friends that maybe don't have a smartphone or would like another way, you can also sign up online or call our Public Works Department, and they have phone and texting options available as well. So there's lots of options for people depending on what their needs are.
Fabulous. So you can rest with some comfort knowing you can find out what's necessary and know that people who are important to you are notified.
Absolutely. So now you have Voyant Alert on your phone. And now just select open. So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to tap in the postal code that it's prompting you.
All right. So
you just click on there and start entering. And then find on a map. So here you'll see the welcome page for the City of Nanaimo, and you want to subscribe to notifications, yes?
Yes.
Click that you agree to the terms, so click both to the yes for consent, and then hit next. And it's going to ask to either allow or not allow notifications, and you want to always allow.
Always allow.
Always allow. And the reason that is, if you don't allow, it won't push the notification out to you. So always allow.
Always allow.
And now you see here, you've got a message to accept that you've signed out. That's the two-factor authentication, and you're going to tap yes. And now you're in the system. Also, when you have a moment, we recommend that you pick your locations and sign up based on those locations, and then you'll get alerts from the City of Nanaimo.
Karen, thank you. Everyone, sign up. If council could take their seats. Still don't have quorum. Cheryl's here. No, we've got 5, right? Cheryl's.
Yeah, I'm here.
Very good. Thank you very much. Let's reconvene under the corporate services section. The next is finance. Ms. Mercer, it's your day.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. You'll see me a lot over the next few weeks. So I'm here to present the 2022 business plan for finance. So the community charter defines the statutory role of the financial officer, and the duties of this financial officer are spread out through the sections of the finance department. So our job is to safeguard the city's financial assets and provide financial support to all the city departments. So the finance department is made up of 40 staff members in 5 subsections, all which have duties to safeguard the city's financial assets. So the 5 subsections are accounting services, which is managed by Mr. Dan Bailey, our business asset and financial planning department, which is managed by Ms. Fulla. Our payroll department is managed by Mr. Jeremy Orton, and our purchasing and stores department is managed by Ms. Jane Rushton. And finally, we have our revenue services department managed by Ms. Barb Wardle. So Ms. Wardle is retiring at the end of the year, so this is her last budget cycle. And we have hired a new manager who will start at the end of November, so they'll have a bit of cross-training. But I wanted to take this opportunity to thank Barb for all of her contributions to the finance team over the last 8 years. And we're going to miss her in the office, but we're really, really happy for her that she gets to go off into retirement and do all the things that none of us have time to do. And we might be a little bit jealous because she can go skiing or paddleboarding whenever she wants. So I just wanted to say thank you to Barb for all her help over the last.
Ms. Mercer, may I ask, is this literally going to be her last appearance before council, you believe, based on scheduling?
We have user rate bylaws coming up in December, so she might have an appearance in December.
I'm sure we'll make sure she appears. Thank you. Won't say anything more.
So the finance budget is 3% of the city's overall budget, and the majority of our expenditures are wages and benefits. So we do have some larger expenditures for employee development costs, some membership costs, and our external audit fees. So the finance has a small department, or a small budget, but we do a lot with it. So the next few slides will talk to our 2021 achievements, and I'll give a brief description of each one of these. So as COVID-19 was still affecting the economy in 2021, the finance staff facilitated the council-approved extension of the tax penalty due dates. So the property taxes were changed to 1% at July 2nd, which is normally 5%, and 9% at September 10th. And again, that's normally 5% about mid-August that gets levied in a normal year. The finance staff has also been very active in monitoring and applying for grant applications. And at the time of writing this business plan, we had completed 30 grant applications this year. And that totaled approximately $11.7 million in grant applications. So to date, the city has been awarded 18 of those applications that total just under $3.9 million. We were unsuccessful with 7, with a value of just over $4 million, and we're still waiting for announcements on 5, and that equates to just under $3.8 million of grants. So there is a lot of activity in our grant applications this year, and like we discussed earlier with regards to grants, some years are very dry for grant applications, but the last few years have been very, very busy, and the staff have worked really hard to apply for any applicable grant that was out there. So our current budgeting software, which is BPC, was no longer supported after 2020. So a project to implement a new software program called FP&A, which stands for Financial Planning and Analysis, was undertaken in late 2020. And it is anticipated that we will go live after the adoption of the provisional budget. So I'd like to mention that this has been done, this implementation has been done at the same time that the budget was being produced. So the financial planning team has been extremely busy trying to get all of, or both of these major projects done. So a good job to them because they've worked super hard to do that. The purchasing department implemented bids and tenders as the city's new e-bidding software. So it replaces our home-built system for publishing open market opportunities and automates a number of manual evaluation tasks. So the next phase of this project will likely be the implementation of the contract management module. But that's coming up in the future. So as with financial planning, purchasing has been doing this implementation at the same time they're doing all their regular work. So it added, you know, a serious amount to their workload. And so I just wanted to say thank you to them because they worked really hard to get this up and running. And it is a benefit to them. So there was some motivation on their part to get it done because it does make their job easier. So we had some sustainable procurement achievements as well. So the purchasing department joined the Canadian Collaboration for Sustainable Procurement. There's a lot of acronyms in this, so I'll try to spell them all out for you. And that stands for the CCSP. And they participated in a number of activities to foster awareness and build sustainable procurement capacity and knowledge. The city continues to participate in the BC Social Procurement Initiative, or the BCSPI, which was formerly known as the Coastal Community Social Procurement Initiative, or CCSPI. So both of these memberships will be used to build on our social procurement program at the city. So to date, we have applied the sustainable aspect to 2 of our procurements, one for the furniture at Fire Station number 1, and the second for the LED interior lighting renewal project at the Nanaimo Ice Center. So we will continue to apply the sustainable procurement policy where applicable in our purchasing department. We've had several online service promotion items as well. Staff continue to work on online service opportunities for residents. So in 2021, the city promoted online payments through social media and other advertising mediums, resulting in approximately 77% of all of our tax payments being made electronically. So that's a huge jump from previous years. And this efficiency has allowed the Revenue Services Department to take on other priorities, and they actually wrapped up their tax season a little bit early because they didn't have to process so many in person. Work was also undertaken to allow online payments for dog licenses. So this will make all the dog license or the dog owners happy in the city, as they don't have to come down to the SARC building to get their dog license. And Revenue Services also worked with the Sanitation Department to develop an online option for garbage bin exchange. So if you wanted to upside your garbage bin, you can now do that online. The finance team has started working in collaboration with other departments on the update of the asset management plan and the 20-year investment plan. And the review will update our asset inventory and valuations to determine if the funding gap that was identified in 2017 has shrunk or if it's gotten bigger. So the recommendations resulting from this review will be presented to Council in 2022. Again, a lot of work goes into this, and that's another thing that just gets added to the day-to-day activities of the department. We've had some COVID-related achievements. So the store's staff in purchasing maintained a consistent level of PPE stock over throughout the year. And with supply chain disruption being commonplace, the stores team was able to keep the city in all necessary supplies with little to no disruption. So kudos to the stores team for achieving that. And as we talked a little bit about earlier, the city received approximately $6.7 million from the COVID-19 Restart Grant in 2020. And so staff have utilized the grant to cover all of the 2020 shortfalls, which resulted in a surplus that was reserved for future use. So we've $3.8 million of these additional funds were used to reduce property taxes in years 2021 to 2025. And the Finance Department has many statutory reporting requirements, and we have met them all for 2020. And just some of the highlights, there are 2020 financial statements, our 2020 statement of financial information, all of our CRA reporting requirements, and etc. So staff work hard to make sure we met all of those deadlines. So I'll talk about some 2022 considerations and opportunities. So we are undertaking an ERP replacement project. So ERP stands for Enterprise Resource Planning. And this software system integrates all systems of an organization into a single system with modules that support the core business areas such as finance or human resources and payroll. So our ERP system, SAP, will no longer be supporting our current version after 2027. So for that reason, we have budgeted we've budgeted for replacement in 2022 and 2023. So this will be a very large project, and a working group has been created to manage the planning for it. So an RFP for the new system will go out to market in November, with final software selection expected in April of 2022. So the Finance Department will be heavily involved in this process, with several staff secondments to the project for up to 18 months. So it is the financial software, SAP, is kind of the center of the finance world, so we will be heavily involved in the selection of the new product and the onboarding of it. So, and the positions that are up for secondment will be challenging to backfill and could restrict the ability to take on any additional projects or initiatives during the year. We're also looking at invoice automation, and we've been looking at this for a couple of years, but unfortunately we haven't been able to find a solution, and we will likely wrap this looking for an invoice automation into the ERP replacement system, as it kind of goes part and parcel with that. Staff will continue to promote existing online services as well as investigate new ones. So we're always on the hunt for an easier way to do something, and online services the residents really like, so we will continue to investigate opportunities there. We have a new accounting standard for asset retirement obligations, and this is scheduled to be implemented into our financial statements for our 2023 year. And this standard requires the city to include all costs for legal obligations for asset retirements in our financial statements. So the biggest in scope topic is hazardous materials in facilities such as asbestos. So a working group from many different departments has been established and will continue scoping and measurement activities on all applicable assets in 2022. Again, it's a fairly large project that goes beyond an accounting scope. So we need the expertise of the departments to tell us, one, a complete list of the assets that fall under this standard, as well as what kind of abatement issues we have with buildings, and then help to cost that. So my last item, briefly touch on staffing capacity. So the finance staff are currently working at or near capacity with daily operations, the budget software implementation project, the upcoming ERP replacement project, and the asset management plan and the 20-year investment plan, to name a few. So to illustrate a bit of an example as to why this is the case is, with the addition of a half position in 2021, the financial planning team is now at the same staffing levels as they had in 2017. So the workload has significantly increased, while staffing hasn't necessarily kept up pace with that. And we have had some turnover in positions, and that takes time to onboard new personnel. And from speaking from personal experience, coming into the municipal world, the accounting is very, very different than anywhere else. So there is a large learning curve if you are coming, if you're new to the city. And so in some cases, it can take more than a year to fully understand all of the aspects of your job. So that will slow down, the pace of how projects get done or initiatives get done. So in addition to all of this, we are onboarding, as I've said, a new manager of revenue services due to Ms. Wardle's retirement at the end of the year, as well as one of the buyers in purchasing has recently retired, and that has left that department working on weekends to keep up with the workload until a new buyer is hired. While recruitment is underway, a new staff member will take a significant amount of time to familiarize themselves with city policies and procedures. So all of these items leave little ability to take on new projects or initiatives in the next bit. And so that's just something that we are trying to deal with and not burn people out. The finance in general is a very deadline-driven department in any organization. And we have mandated statutory deadlines that we have to meet. So that creates some time crunches in there as well. So those all things lead to a little bit of a staffing capacity that we have. Some key initiatives for 2022. So in 2022, the finance will continue to work on our asset retirement obligation accounting standard, and the working group will continue to work throughout the year. Staff will be completing the update of the asset management and 20-year investment plans and present the findings to Council in 2022. The water and sewer user rate review will continue with public consultation, and a recommendation report will be brought to Council for consideration in 2022. And we target an implementation date of January 1st, 2023 for any approved changes to water and sewer utility rates. The purchasing department will continue advancing sustainable procurement and the policy that was established this year. And they will leverage both the BCSPI and the CCSP to continue to improve our program. Purchasing staff will look at incorporating new modules in the bids and tenders software. And the next module likely to be undertaken is the contract management model. Progress in 2022 might be slowed due to the onboarding of a new buyer. And as always, staff will continue to update current finance policies and create new ones where applicable. So my last slide talks to the business case that was developed for finance. So a new finance manager position has been proposed to address the staffing capacity issues. So a business case was created, but it was not included in the draft budget. However, it will be one of the decision points for Council's consideration at the November 10th meeting. So the finance department has seen its volume of work grow exponentially, and it is becoming apparent that the workload of my director position is unbalanced. So a significant amount of my day is spent on day-to-day operations, and that leaves me little time to devote to departmental improvements or special projects. So with all of the finance managers working at or near capacity, it limits me from delegating additional work down, and this has resulted in unsustainable workload. So staff is proposing that a manager of financial services and special projects be created to help balance out the workload. So this position will oversee payroll, purchasing, revenue services, as well as assist with special projects. So this would provide the resources required to effectively and efficiently manage the finance department. So that's all I have for our presentation. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mercer. Not seeing any on the screen either. Thank you very much. And sorry, Councillor Marvin.
I'm assuming that we will discuss further when we're going through the budget deliberations, that position, why you think it's needed, or et cetera, et cetera.
So more detailed discussion, we have a slide for that on the 10th, and I can talk to in more detail to that position. And like I say, the business case can be found in your binders, as well as on the website as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your kind words about Ms. Wardle. I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to say something further at a future date. Mr. Mackay, Information Technology, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, thank you very much. I'm pleased to present the 2022 IT Business Plan. Okay, next slide. The IT department is made up of two groups. Mr. Matt Dunstan, who's here today, manages the IT application services team, which includes the corporate asset management project team, geographic information systems, financial systems and reporting, and application support. Mr. Derek Blackwood manages the IT technical and client services team, and between them they have a great IT team providing support to the city. The IT share of the city budget is 3%, with 57% of that being wages and benefits. The 40% is service and supply contracts, maintenance agreements, etc. So that's the budget.
Your Worship, sorry to interrupt. The slides have been online, have just been only on corporate services, like the initial slide, even corporate services. It never scrolled through and nothing is up for IT. I don't know if it's just me uniquely or if there's Cheryl, if you're experiencing the same thing.
Yeah, same thing for me. So I've been trying to follow on my other iPad, but I have two, you only have one.
Oh, I wonder if that's an issue we can fix at our end.
We do have the IT department here, so hopefully.
We do.
Sometimes it's nice to have those old paper binders like the mayor.
Are you able to see it now?
Yeah, the title slide is now up, and yeah, I'm not sure if it's scrolling, but yeah, title slide, it's been changed.
Oh, great. So you see my 2021 achievement slide, or?
No, just the title slide that says information technology. There we go. Now it's changed.
Councillor Armstrong, or can you see what you're supposed to see?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay,
I'm good.
Thank you.
All right, good. Thank you, Councillor Gesselbrock.
Great. So a lot of these projects that IT has achieved in 2021 is really, it's a team effort across the city. The budget planning software selection and implementation, as Ms. Mercer mentioned, we've been piloting Microsoft Office 365 within the IT group. The electronic document and records management system, the pilot project, Ms. Gurry's team, Ms. Wagner gave a great presentation on that. I won't spend time on that. IT security enhancements have been happening. I heard last year from council how important that was, and we put a lot of effort into that. Upgrading the technology in this room, and thank you for bearing with us as we work our way through the shakeout of the new system. But it is designed for a hybrid experience, and hopefully that's working for Mayor and Council. A very big project was assisting the fire department with the transition of the fire dispatch to Surrey. A lot of technology involved with that. A project near and dear to my heart is the development of our intelligent city strategy, specifically a telecommunications plan to plan the growth of our communications throughout the city, and a signage and street marking system was delivered. And IT is delivering dozens of other projects, but I thought those were the highlights for 2021. We identified 4 considerations and opportunities for strategic focus for 2022. That includes what we call defensible IT security. We're talking about leveraging city asset location intelligence, that Nanaimo Intelligent City Strategy, as well as enabling service excellence for citizens. Defensible security, the goal there, what's happened this year has some municipalities have had devastating impacts from cyber breaches. So it's at the top of our mind in IT. So our goal is a well-established information security program that guides investments of very limited resources, mitigates the ever-growing cyber risks and threats we face, is governed by the newly formed Privacy and Information Security. We heard about that earlier today. This is a collaborative effort between IT and legislative services. And this program is constantly being tested, tabletop exercises, and improve. So a cycle of continuous improvement to improve our IT security. The next consideration and opportunity is to effectively leverage city asset location intelligence. And so what do I mean by leveraging asset location intelligence? Well, this picture depicts our vision in the next few years of evolving a digital twin to support Reimagine Nanaimo by finding new ways to use our geographic information systems and the new corporate asset management system, CAMS, to track and maintain those billions of dollars of Nanaimo's spatial and non-spatial assets. We'll start by tracking critical infrastructure assets, including sewers, dams, water, storms, and then move to transportation, parks, and then followed by vehicle fleets and city facilities. CAMS will provide new ways to capture asset condition and operational performance metrics, and this is being captured from both frontline staff as well as citizens. Other features include a comprehensive asset inspection and work order management functions, along with analytical tools to help staff identify opportunities to extend asset life. The next opportunity is we've been exploring is establishing Nanaimo as an intelligent city that uses technology and data to solve important community problems. The foundation of the Intelligent City strategy is a robust fiber and wireless network reaching all parts of the community. This will foster economic development by making excellent digital infrastructure available to citizens, provide resilient connectivity to city facilities, and support a whole host of smart applications that the city uses, support the sustainable growth of Reimagine Nanaimo, and establish high-speed connectivity with community partners like the university. Today I heard that we have won a grant to connect the university and the city's network so that we can start having a bigger digital presence and connect with the university. This diagram that you see before you shows the preliminary plan to extend what we call dark fiber and conduit in the ground in the central, north, and south of Nanaimo. The red line you see there is our existing fiber, and this multi-year plan would see that fiber grow from 7 kilometers to 37 kilometers over many years. Installation would be coordinated through engineering and public works and take advantage when the streets opened up to bury conduit and fiber when the opportunity comes up. I'd like to present this plan more to council at a future date. The next one is all about enabling service excellence, that digital city hall for citizens. The pandemic accelerated our citizens' expectations for digital channels to interact with us. To support this, we have several IT transformation projects, many you've heard about already and I won't go through, that are either planned or in progress. The big one for 2022 for us is an online building permit solution to help accelerate the building permit cycle time. I talked about Office 365, the corporate asset management system, the continued rollout of the enterprise document and records management system, the financial planning and analysis solution that finance is working with, and the enterprise resource planning system project. And Ms. Mercer gave a really good explanation, but maybe I'll do it again very quickly. So what is an enterprise resource planning system? In 2021, an ERP, if you will, is an integrated collection of cloud-based core business systems that include finance, human resources, payroll, procurement, a citizen relationship module, an employee portal, and an inventory and stores system. This new solution would bring new agility to city business processes, enhance reporting and analytics, and streamline electronic workflows throughout the organization. And moving right along to what's on the plan for 2022, talked about corporate asset management system and the ERP, that e-permitting or the building permitting system, Continued development of our defensible security program for IT. The city is continuing to adopt cloud technologies, so we keep working on that. And we've been brought in early on the Stadium District project to make sure that that's a good digital experience for citizens and users. We'll continue to roll out technology in this facility and continue to support the EDRMS. There's a lot of technology in the new fire station, and we want to make sure the new ECC is properly supported, and to continue to find opportunities to expand fiber and wireless as part of the Intelligent City strategy. And finally, we do have a business case that's not in the draft plan, and that's for a supervisor of technical support. This role would oversee critical systems, including hardware infrastructure, support the 120 applications across 22 facilities. But the real key focus on this is that we're proactive with information security, that we're on a front foot to deal with those threats that I've mentioned earlier. So I will take questions. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mackay. Councillor Martman.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, about the Intelligent City, with the fiber and wireless connectivity improvements, is that a cost to our city, or is that something that we engage with third party and they implement?
Through Your Worship, to Councillor Martman, the goal here is that this is a cost-neutral exercise that, and we have more to do to develop this strategy, but the idea would be we work with suppliers, we work with other community partners, and I meet monthly with my counterparts and other members of the city, including the university and the regional district and the library and the school district and now the Port Authority, that we could find creative ways to realize this. So you won't find any budget items here. Eventually we would develop a plan, but the goal is that these costs would be shared amongst members with an interest.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questioners, thank you very much, Mr. Mackay. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
The next is RCMP and Police Services. Superintendent Fletcher, welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Beware of people bearing gifts. Is that the...
Well, yes, we should be. Thank you, if I may, Your Worship. Clicker. Today I'm here to outline our current business plan. Within the police environment, we often use the acronym SWOT, which is our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So in looking at the upcoming year, the strengths that we have are our people, and I'm so proud of our members and our municipal staff. They have tenacity and grit under very challenging circumstances. For our weaknesses, we face complex and increasing demands for services from our community. And our opportunities are, again, from the community, and they are our ability to work collaboratively and creatively to address some of these pressures. Our threats currently are the untenable work volume that we are experiencing. And I want to acknowledge that as our city leaders, you're in a very challenging position with a multitude of pressures. Our police services provide support to the front line. We have 67 employees in 6 areas. 4 units provide 7 days a week service, and 3 of those 4 units provide 24-hour service. Some of the areas where they have really shown just exceptional service this year have been in addressing the COVID cleaning requirements as we go forward, and again, 24/7. Some of that I want to recognize came from other departments within the city as well, which was fabulous. We have, with Our police services reconfigured and adapted space to address space shortages. We provided additional resourcing of municipal staff to meet some of the ongoing volume, and this continues to be a pressure. As our police work increases, so does the work downloaded to our municipal staff. And I want to recognize that policing is costly, risky, and it often centers around not good news, which is always a challenge. So as I listen to my team mates provide their presentations, they're always so positive and creative, and it's a challenge in that our police successes often originate from human tragedy. And there are often challenging discussions around the cost of policing, especially in light of the NPF collective agreement that was negotiated with the Treasury Board of Canada. And it needs to be reiterated and emphasized that the financial allocation to fund and create police positions goes directly into the service for our community. And I appreciate that the solutions to our current challenges lie in rehabilitation and prevention, which are way beyond what we often can manage here. However, in my role, I need to speak on behalf of the police service and the RCMP officers that are struggling under this. The costs associated to police services are principally salary, as they're integral to supporting our staff in investigations. Our challenges are finding timely staff and bringing them on to strength. Our achievements for this year. As indicated in the news this week, we have demonstrated again some of the success that we've had in the conviction of prolific sex offenders. We have reallocated members to develop a subunit of specialized investigators who work together to support vulnerable persons. This includes mental health, intimate partner violence, and missing persons. This is consistent with the Missing, Murdered, and Indigenous Women initiatives that are under place to provide better community service. We've conducted community safety audits and worked cooperatively with VIU Criminology, including their students and staff. We've had success working with community outreach in addressing the mental health challenge. And next week we will be in criminal court for the first stage of a first-degree murder trial into the death of Michaela Chang. Our youth unit works directly with schools, and they spend a considerable amount of time supporting youth and their families. We've had very strong support and integrated relationship with School District 68. Our community response unit, which is the new unit, has been targeting very prolific and high crime volume offenders, and we've seen good success. I want to provide an example of that to demonstrate some of the initiatives that this unit has done. While they were patrolling Port Place area in civilian attire, so not in uniform, they observed a man who they were aware of with a lengthy criminal record. They initiated an investigation. The investigation led to the recovery of $2,000 in stolen property from Woodgrove. The male was also driving with no driver's license and no insurance on the vehicle. So there was just a myriad of things that were going on. And this is one of the examples where one individual is causing a lot of challenges throughout our entire community. The second stop that they did on that was of a vehicle. Several individuals were in the vehicle using hard drugs. They conducted an impaired investigation, and the investigation led to the seizure of drugs and replica weapons. So those are some of the examples of what our community response unit has been working towards. In terms of detachment functionality, we have been shuffling some staff members around within the building to provide new and more effective space, looking at taking advantage of the security envelope that the detachment provides by moving some of the other functions out into other space. And we've reviewed our fleet. We've conducted a space analysis, as I stated, shifting resources, reviewed all of our equipment, and conducted a security review. We're looking to working in conjunction with 575 Fitzwilliam and the Fire Administrative Building. Our current staffing pressures, we have 151 full-time employee positions and 67 municipal positions. Our staffing pressures are in relation to the volume that we experience, and as demonstrated in Mr. Hurley's report of this September, the volume of calls for our service is very high and not sustainable. We are participating in the downtown community safety response, and we look forward to that study moving forward. One of the areas that we have been working on is reconciliation with COVID. One of the challenges was with our Indigenous partners' communities being closed. And as we have increased the vaccination rate among staff and our communities, we're better able to engage, and we're looking forward to that opportunity in the near future. We continue to provide traffic service, and we've made some changes in terms of the allocation of staff to better have it better represented throughout the community. And I've covered that. And moving forward into the next year, we want to strengthen the services that we have in the community. And Your Worship, as you said, be careful of those bearing gifts. Last year, I took it up on Karen Fry's former chief. Her presentations are always so good. And so last year I brought the red and blue chocolate balls to represent our police lights, and you guys lit up like kids at the end of the day. So I had to do that again to keep their tradition alive. But when I was looking for, something for today, I thought of our service coins, and I thought that our volunteer service coin very much reflected what you do in the community and the many hours that you dedicate. And so I'll pass these along. And in it, you'll see there is a service coin. There's one for each of you. And as I said, I think that's where our solutions lie, is in all of us working collectively together, not just within council, but with our community partners, the university, the province, our health partners, etc. The situation table is a perfect example of that, and it nicely coincides that today is the first day of training with our partners. So that has taken a while to get there, but we're very happy about that. Dr. Mays of Criminology at VIU will be our chairperson. Community policing is going to be continuing to work with the VIU partners and is applying for civil forfeiture grants to continue the work with the neighborhood associations to try through crime prevention, through environmental design, and some other initiatives. We're continuing our success with the mental health liaison program and the community outreach. You may have seen some of our Happy Feet presentations where we're providing outreach and footwear to individuals who are living in very challenging circumstances. And now that you have the coins in front of you, one of the initiatives that I'm bringing forward is the officer of, it's called the OIC coin, so the Officer in Charge of Nanaimo Detachment Challenge coin. And we're working collaboratively with our two nations to develop a coin that represents Nanaimo, where we can recognize in the community individuals that are doing proactive, compassionate, community-focused service. So you have a challenge coin, and this would be along that line, recognizing positive contributions in the community. Within the business cases, there is a space holder business case for 4 positions. That is if it aligns with the downtown security, as well as the business case for the municipal support staff. And as we've explained previously, that aligns with providing service to the police services. And Your Worship, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Superintendent, and thank you very much for the kind gift. I much appreciate it, and on behalf of Council, and no pressure on Chief Doyle, who's going to follow you.
There's always a good little bit of rivalry. Any questions?
Councillor Turley.
Thank you, Your Worship. To Superintendent Fletcher, I just want to pass along a compliment that I received on the RCMP's behalf from a local business person who was having challenges with a person breaking into his auto lot and smashing windows and et cetera, et cetera. And he happened to be in the neighborhood and called right away, and he had he said 12 cars, but he was maybe exaggerating. But several police vehicles that were there and witnessed the person doing the damage. And apparently he found out that he was a prolific offender, and since that night he hasn't had any issues. So thank you.
And I need to give credit to our community response unit and our street crimes unit. They have really been working very creatively and diligently to try and problem solve some of the challenges around property crime that we're experiencing kind of at the 4 corners where the car lots are. That area has seen a lot of impact, and we've been working with them in a variety of ways to try and lessen that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Martman.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. We budgeted for 15 officers over 5 years, and I can't remember, we've got 3.
That we're into the 3rd year.
Right, so how are we doing with hiring?
Through Your Worship, I'm sorry, can you?
We budgeted for 15 new members over 5 years.
Yeah.
So, but I think this was a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And so far, I recognize that we've managed to hire 3.
There's been, I think we're coming into the 6th.
Oh, we are?
Yeah, 6 have been hired and we're into the 9th for
Okay.
2002.
Okay, thank you.
22, sorry.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Superintendent Fletcher. My question is going to go actually towards our clearance rates. I noticed that there's been a significant drop in clearance rates for, especially for violent crimes. Is there a reason for that?
Our staff are currently carrying approximately 100 files per member over the annual year, which is more than double the provincial average, and the comparative average is 70 files per year. That impacts the ability and amount of time that our police officers have available to them for subsequent follow-up.
And a follow-up to that, and hearing from different police officers in the community and also talking to Crown Councils, is there a problem with the number of people that are being released and then continually to breach and the courts aren't holding them accountable?
Through Your Worship.
Well, actually, that's not a fair question because you can't.
That's where I was
going to
go,
that.
Counselor.
Yeah,
sorry,
I know you can't answer that. I can't. You can't. So is it fair to say that the change in policy at the courts where breaches of probation are not being followed through with has had an impact on policing?
Your Worship, again, I can't speak to the courts, but I can say that we do experience a lot of challenges around prolific offenders, and they create a significant percentage of our workload.
Thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot. I keep forgetting you can't answer that.
I think that was a very good answer, Superintendent. I don't see any other questioners, so thank you very much. Much appreciated today, and thank you again for the kind gift. The next is the Nanaimo Fire Rescue. Chief Doyle.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, Council. Well, clearly in our standing RCMP BCS NFR meeting, that information wasn't, our gifting information wasn't shared with me. So thanks, Superintendent Fletcher, on that one. But thanks for having me here today to give you an overview on Nanaimo Fire Rescue. So, we're predominantly made up of three main areas, which is emergency operations. That's 85 firefighters, our Deputy Chief of Operations, DC Whiting back there, 2 assistant chiefs, and our Captain of Pre-Planning and Technology. The next division is our Admin Fire Prevention Branch, and that's headed by DC Lemasurier back there. And what was 4 inspectors is now 6 inspectors. When we transitioned to Surrey Fire Rescue for dispatch, some of the dispatchers were moved into there. So we have 2 new inspectors, which is it's really helping out that division because they hadn't seen any growth in a long, long time. So that's helping us get more inspections done, which is important for public safety. We also have in that branch, the Assistant Chief of Training. And as well as 2 department technicians. And those are also people transitioned out of the dispatch into our department in different roles. So one's in logistics and one's supporting training. Again, much needed support, as well as 2 clerks in logistics and our front desk clerk. Out of all those branches and positions, they also support VR2. That's the DC of Admin, which is DC Lemasurier, and our administration manager and our front desk clerk. So they also kind of off the sides of their desk support a very large business right now. So as you can see, the Nanaimo Fire Rescue is 12% of the city budget. Of that, our 12%, 75.9% is made up of wages, and the other approximately 24% is made up of other things like materials and supplies, debt servicing, utilities. We've never had more stuff going on in Nanaimo Fire Rescue than now. Chief Fry chose a good time to move over to Vancouver and hand off that basket of fun stuff to do. So, and we really are fortunate. It's a lot of stuff to do all at once, but the new team and firefighters and the union are working really hard to accomplish all those things. So I'll do a quick overview of that. So in that transition to Surrey, that was nearly a year-long transition. It came with new positions, as I just spoke about. It also came with new software platforms, substantive software platforms that IT helped us implement. So rostering platforms, analytics platforms, pre-planning and inspections platforms. And so far we're having really good success with the ones that are implemented, and we're hoping to have the same type of success with the ones we're still in the process of implementing. In terms of new apparatus, we've also are nearly in receipt of 2 new apparatus, which we're really excited to get. There's some big benefits to that. They have anti-idling technology on them. And the company that we purchased them from is estimating a 30 to 40% reduction in emissions from just having the apparatus turn off after it's been sitting for a certain amount of time, about 5 minutes. So that will save on fuel and also save on carbon emissions, which is a really exciting development. It's the first ones that we've had. So the other apparatus we're getting is a new wildland apparatus, which is in the bottom right there. That's also supposed to be coming in early winter here, probably in November. And that will help us just gain access to the areas of our community that we can't service with large apparatus. So we're really excited about that. It's I don't know that we've ever received this many pieces of apparatus in a calendar year. The other thing that we're really working hard on this year is recruitment. We've had almost a remake on our team. We've hired a new DC of Admin, which is DC Lemasurier. We've also hired 2 new assistant chiefs of operations. They're doing a great job. And we're in the process of hiring an assistant chief of training, which we hope to have filled before the end of November, hopefully sooner than that. We also hired one firefighter to replace one of the people that was hired off the floor into management, and we've offered conditional job offers to 2 new firefighters for retiring members starting in January. So there's been a lot of recruitment and in the Nanaimo Fire Rescue this year. The other really big initiative that you guys are aware of was our air pack replacement. Those were to replace air packs dating back all the way to some of them as old as 1994. So that really modernized our fleet, made our firefighters safer, and brought us in line with industry practices. Deputy Chief Whiting implemented that this year. It was on time, it was on budget, and our staff have really embraced it, and our majority of our staff are very happy with that change. It's really brought us a lot of good new technology, reliable technology, and a lot safer. The other part that you guys are aware of is we implemented mostly new radios, which again aligns us with safety practices and new technology. So our entire cadre of radios is uniform and is safe and reliable. The other really interesting partnership we formed is with a company that just came to Vancouver Island that's big in Canada, but it's called Nucor. One of the gaps in our community in the Nanaimo Fire Rescue is we only operate up to a certain level of hazmat or hazardous materials response. To go to the next level, which is really the doing level, it's really the resolving, it's not just making the area safe, is an enormous cost and an enormous commitment, which other fire departments that made that jump in the past have found out, and they're trying to find ways to manage that. So what we did is we formed a partnership with a company that's just established in the last couple of years on Vancouver Island called Nucor, and they're supporting our technician level response, which makes our community a lot safer. They have a vast network of resources and personnel that are ready to respond for those very few incidents that we get in our community at a technical response level. So we're very excited about that. And then lastly is our Station 1 replacement project. So that's been, an enormous project. There's a lot of good work happening on it. We're just getting to the point where we're going to be, by the end of November, you should see the exterior cladded. So we'll see some color on it. If we went inside, you'd see that it's boarded. The third level's painted. It's going to be coming to lockup, fairly soon. And despite significant COVID challenges in supply chain and the shortage of skilled labor, we're still on track to complete in the summer of 2022. So things are going well on that. And also thanks to the team and also city staff that are managing that on our behalf. So that's going really well. Some other things, like I said, we have a list of stuff. Emergency first responder, medical response, EMR. We finished stage 2, so we have about 30 people trained, and we're pressing ahead with that. Our fire prevention division, we've implemented new technology and are implementing new technology which should really help out with efficiency, again, increasing the amount of inspections we can do. Another big challenge was COVID, and the team through a COVID task force has done a really good job of maintaining a safe workplace and maintaining PPE, because those are some big challenges. That was a joint labor management task force that has been meeting constantly throughout COVID to keep our fire trucks and our firefighters on the road responding safely and without it impacting service levels. We also have been trying to continue our smoke alarm program. Normally we get out to the community en masse, and we've had to alter that, but still we're able to continue that, which is just through online application, and that's going well too. Again, I've already talked about the technology stuff. So interestingly, in 2020, we're at 5,145 incidents. This year, we're to date at 6,241, and since the BCEHS turned our incidents back on that we lost through COVID, we're on track to go over 8,000 instances if we maintain this pace in a calendar year. Obviously not this year because they just turned them on at the end of June. So we're back on track to kind of the pre-2018 levels of incidents.
Are those, if I may, Chief, are the increases across the board? Or are there some areas or types of calls that are increasing?
I thought you may ask, Your Worship. So in 2018, we actually had a big number of overdoses. So it's a big segment of our calls. It was about 458. That actually, into COVID, I don't know if it was because of reporting, the way we're reporting or the way they're being reported, actually decreased a little bit, but was, into the 300s and then high 200s. But in 2021, up till yesterday, we were at 422. So you can see that's back on the, significant increase. So yes, it is, if that's what you're referring to, it is having impact. So, okay. 2022 considerations and opportunities. So commitment to sustainability. We already talked about the fire apparatus, and we are receiving those this year, but we have a 10-year fleet plan, and continued through 22 and beyond, we'll be continuing to look at anti-idling technology and like some other departments have, electric vehicles as well. Even Vancouver has committed to purchasing an electric fire truck, and I believe one other fire department has done that. So that's something that we could look towards as those come up again in our fleet. Our station number 1 is estimated to reduce the energy by 70,000 kilowatt hours, which is apparently going to save us about 27,000 liters of heating oil, reduce emissions by 77 tons of CO2 emissions, and reduce costs by about $7,362 a year. So that's kind of how that shakes out. So another thing that we're focused on to commitment sustainability. And again, it was mentioned in an early presentation about sustainable procurement. We've done that now, but we've done that with all our furniture going into this building, and then we'll be looking to continue that on in 22 and beyond. The other thing, opportunity that we're looking at, or consideration that we're looking at, is economic growth for Viera. So right now we're running approximately half of the courses we're accredited to. We're accredited to approximately 20. We're running about 10 of them. So we'll be looking to explore new opportunities for online courses to strengthen our existing online course offerings with the ultimate goal of increasing our customer base and our revenue. So far, that seems to be the way it's projecting out, and we can talk about that at the end of the presentation. And then safe and connected community. Because of the world we live in terms of technology and COVID, we'll be looking at trying to strengthen our online reach out to the community in terms of safety, so bystander CPR, fire smart, smoke alarms, cooking safety, smoking safety, and fire safety planning. Supporting our service excellence, we'll be doing that through training opportunities like hazmat, live fire, resuming live fire, Port Authority, exercises, technical rope rescue, and striving to meet our benchmarks, our response and turnout benchmarks. Planning for the future, we're just nearing the completion of our strategic master plan. So I've hopefully have more information for council in the future on that. And then of course mental health is so important in the emergency services and in the fire service in terms of as incidents increase and their experience to overdoses and more trauma, we're recognizing that first responders take that on in a very meaningful, impactful way, and we need to find ways to support that. And we're doing joint labor management partnerships in terms of counseling. We've got apps that are low barrier ways for people to get help, right from their phone. We also have a critical incident stress team that gets Resilient Minds training to kind of help understand and support their colleagues better, and then reintegrating employees with workplace injuries.
Councillor Armstrong has a question.
Thank you, Chief Doyle. On the mental health thing, you talked about the impact the overdoses are having. I've talked to a couple firemen that are concerned whether sometimes providing Narcan to the same individual 4 or 5 times a day. Is that information being relayed up to the province so they just understand how many times some of these people are being, helped back into the living, yet they refuse to go to the hospital, causing further brain damage?
Yeah, why don't I bring up Deputy Chief Lemasurier speak to that. She is our liaison with our medical director, and she has been implementing our emergency medical responder program. So,
thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Armstrong. Yes, Councillor Armstrong, early on when the overdose and opioid epidemic really took hold here in particular in Nanaimo, there were reporting measures to report on every overdose up to the province at the time. Since then, that practice has dropped back to not reporting every overdose, but definitely something that we could look into to see how those stats are moving forward to the province.
Yes, thank you. I think that'd be important because I did sit on the fentanyl overdose committee chaired by Dr. Hasselbeck. And that was one of the key strategies, was that we needed the proper time and counts, and sad to hear that that's not happening anymore. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
okay. And then just continuing our strategic partnerships. We're looking to renew our mutual aid agreements with our regional partners. They're a long time overdue, so we're in the process of doing that. Our hazmat agreement, our Port Authority partnership, strengthening that. Like again with RCMP, BCS, and Search and Rescue, and we've been doing a lot of work with the Fire Commissioner's Office too on the playbook on unsheltered population, on accreditation, education accreditation. So this is just another slide on Station 1 with some pictures on there, the groundbreaking with with your worship and the equipment. And then I've already talked about the 2022 key initiatives in the next 2 slides. And then just getting to the business case. So the business case that will be coming before you is for VR. It's a manager for Vancouver Island Emergency Response Academy. This will allow the Assistant Chief of Education and Training to focus on Nanaimo Fire Rescue staff, development requirements, and allow for VR to increase course offerings and ultimately revenue. Going back, just some quick stats on Viera. Since 2018, we've gone from just over 60 departments to over 120 departments. Revenues, the trailing data is kind of year over year. We've seen increases to where we've already surpassed what our projections were for this year at this moment in time, and that does help offset our overall department budget. So that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Chief. Well, Council, if there's no questions, much appreciated.
I think I was lucky to get you at the end of the day.
We have no other business. Do we have anything for question period? Mr. Sims says no, thumbs down. Then the appropriate thing to do, motion to adjourn, Councillor Bonner, seconded Councillor Martman. All those in favor? And thank you very much, everyone, for your presentations today.